Well, good morning, race fans. Welcome along to the Mike Pero Motorsport Park, Ruapuna Speedway. My name's Corbin Shuttleworth here with the Pits TV, and what an absolute Christchurch stunner we have with a massive lineup of motorsport action right here in New Zealand. Of course, this is the Napa Auto Parts New Zealand Formula Ford Championship, round number 2 and the grand final as well. We're about to go qualifying with a massive bunch of cars here in the pit chute currently, and they are ready to go battle today. There's set to be some fierce and exciting action, and current points leader Liam Skeets has a bit of work to do today to maintain that position. Of course, the top 3 cars, Liam Skeets, Zach Christensen and young fella Alex Crosby, all going battle pretty closely at the top of the points range. We're looking forward to bringing you coverage all day here live from the Mike Pero Motorsport Park right here in Christchurch.
This is just the testing, folks, so don't expect too much in the way of drama around here at the moment. As I said, 10 minutes of testing, basically just to get the feel of the track, to find out what the track conditions are like as far as temperature is concerned.
Yes, the South Island guys will know this track very, very well, and I include Zach Christensen in that, who is running second to Liam Skeets in this title race today, and he's very aware, he's very familiar with the track, but whether that would be an advantage, time will tell, but at this stage it certainly will be.
Well, it's interesting because the forecast today, Lindsay, is for about 21 degrees, and I mean that's sort of middle of the summer sort of temperatures for Christchurch, so yeah, it'll be interesting. It's going to be hard work for some of these guys.
It's going to be hard work. The sunstrike could be an issue later on the day if things go a bit late.
Mainly because, folks, those of you who don't know the track here at Christchurch, it's a very long, 700 and something metre front straight, and at a certain time of the day, when this time of year, the sun gets very, very low. So the last of the races, Lynn, is at about 4 o'clock this afternoon, with 12 laps for the Formula Ford, or Formula 1600s. And we're allowed to call them by both names?
No, they're Formula Ford. It's a Formula Ford Championship still.
Yeah,
the national Formula Ford Championship, but the South Island boys refer to themselves as Formula 1600s.
That sounds good to me.
So we refer to this as it is the National Formula Ford Championship. A lot of good names have won our national title. People like Scott Dixon, Andre Heingartner, Shane Van Gisbergen.
Dave McMillan's in there as well.
He was the year after
Ingram,
Oxton.
Steve Richards, John Crawford.
But some of the big names like Liam Lawson won it 5 years ago.
Craig Baird won it in 87, 88.
Yeah.
Paul Larson, this isn't a name that disappeared.
Yeah, Paul did disappear. Still around though.
Yeah, he's still selling.
Still selling vehicles.
Yeah.
And he was one of, and correct me if I'm wrong, in his title, he I know he came through here and he hadn't dropped a race. And I think he went through without dropping a race. And in those days, the the championship was contested over the whole country, where you started in Tiratonga and ended up at Pukekohe, I think, yes, and all the other way round. And Paul went through unbeaten, and I could be corrected on this.
That was 89-90 that Paul won it.
Yeah.
So that's pre-Taupo days.
No, it definitely wasn't Taupo involved. It was the 4-5. There was Tiratonga, Timaru, Christchurch, Manfield, and there'd be Pukekohe. Even Bay Park had gone by that stage.
Lindsay, I'm just going to have a wee look and tell the race fans of what's been happening out there times-wise. Zach Christensen, as you said, who knows the track very well, is a quickest on a 1:30.6. Simon Hunter in car number 00, 131.2. Alex Crosby in Array, 131.2. Leo Scott in Spectrum is fourth fastest on a 131.3. So it's when you start looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars on a 131, it's going to be close. It's going to be very close.
Well, they invariably are, aren't they? The other interesting thing with the Formula Ford, and I will call them that for the purposes of what we're doing, is that particularly within the South Island Championship, divided in the classes, they're still producing brand new Formula Ford chassis today. And here we're going 50 years and still producing them in the UK.
No, it's absolutely. Well, the other thing is that here in Ruapuna, the Mike Pero Motorsport Park is Motorsport Solutions, and John Crawford, who has won the title, he did it way back. 1984, I think, was when he pulled it off.
Oh, well, I do recall.
He's importing these rays, and so you can get the best of technology. It's importing them by the shipload, and boy, are they being snapped up. So
just going back to that list of who's won, Rob. Names of who did we miss out? Fabian Coulthard won in 2002. Johnny Reed in 2003. Richie Stanaway's there. Shane Drake, who's
racing this weekend.
Yeah, Shane Drake is here this weekend.
That's a pretty famous car.
Craig Beard. So there's some incredible names there. It just goes to show you, and what we've always said sitting up here, and because we're great believers in this championship, because if you want to step forward, I still believe that this is the class you must go through to get any, and single seaters I'm talking about.
Yep, absolutely.
To get to the more powerful single seaters, Formula Ford is basically essential.
You can at lap 4 you can see the times there, and Zach Christensen definitely holding his own if you like, because he's 129, and so he's actually sort of, as everybody else is getting quicker, Zach is getting quicker himself. So yeah, there's still a big grouping of 131s. A couple now, Morris and Skeets on a 130.
Yeah, well, Skeets is the one who's got the jump on he won the 4 races at Taupo, so he certainly has the advantage.
That's the Matt McClutchin car that he's in. Liam Skeets, Auckland, and once again, and you don't even have to say it, Lindsay Kerr, do you? Ex-Carter.
Well, yes, that's right.
So
that's where they come from to here.
Yes.
A few out of Formula V have gone through Formula V, which is we don't have down in the South Island.
Formula First, I
quite
think.
well, yeah. Formula First, as it called that, out of Manfield. But you're right, karting is a huge.
Is coming out of the pits at the moment, and I'm sure we'll catch up with him, is Simon Hunter from Christchurch. But yeah, it's interesting. It's going to be very close. Just looking at those times, I think the 131s now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 of them, and then there's 3. There's Jack Noble, Adams, Toshak. Robert Toshak has been around a long time.
Oh, a long time.
Yeah. He's
is that indicating our age as well? A wee bit, as well as his?
Yeah, but no, we're not out there.
No, we're not out there.
So just over 3 Ks the circuit.
3.33 Ks, Rob. Watching the supercars in Perth last night. That circuit's only 2.5 Ks.
Yeah.
Which is what the old Ruapuna circuit was, essentially.
So this is still testing. And then, as I said, we'll then get into the qualifying. 15 minutes of testing and then 20 minutes of qualifying for the New Zealand Formula Fords. And then we'll be going into the saloon cars with a variety of saloons underneath the one banner of saloons. And then we've got still to come on your program, Continental Rennsport, and we'll talk to you all about that once we get involved with the Rennsport. But in the meantime, it's still Zach Christensen who is getting it all done. Car number 21.
Yes, our focus very much is on this national championship. One that last year was won by James Penrose.
Yes, he was. He went to Europe, didn't he?
He went through. Well, yeah. The prize for this, who wins the championship, is a trip to the Formula Ford Festival at Brands Hatch.
Big incentive to cross
Wasn't
the line
that,
first.
what a magnificent incentive, isn't it?
I'd just like to clarify the fact that there are 14 cars in this race, or in the races this weekend, and that's because it's a national championship and there's no support racing. You've got to be in the championship to be here today. So these guys are all very serious.
Yeah, that's right. The crowd that contest the South Island, I'm not being rude, but they're quite the opposite, because there is a big field that contest the South Island Championship this year. Yeah. They just can't enter as a one-off today, Rob. Is that what you're saying?
That's it. Yep. We're heading down as we come sweeping through what's known as the Christchurch Casino Carousel. Then there's a short straight before the right-hander of the S's, and then there's a left-hander as we watch them go sweeping through down another shortish straight. And this is where you'll see a lot of action during the day from these cars. And then there's a big sweeping bend, and then there's the 700 and something metre dash. And you're just looking there at car number 41, which is Alec Crosby leading that group. This, folks, is where you're going to see a lot of slipstreaming and a lot of dicing, just remembering, of course, that you can only go across to avoid somebody passing you once. You're not allowed to change direction twice, and it makes it very exciting at the end of this long straight. Talking to drivers, Lindsay Kerr, it's the middle section is very technical. To get the first corner wrong, you're out for the rest of it.
Yes, you are, aren't you? Yeah, correct. Which is one of the beauties of single-seater racing, isn't it? It's more than just the driver. You have to have that set up absolutely spot on. There's not much compensation otherwise. With the saloon cars, invariably you can drive through.
They can be a little more forgiving.
You can drive through a few things, can't you?
Just about a minute to go for our test session, and then, as I said, there's a 10-minute break while the crew sort out anything that the drivers are reporting, and then it gets really serious for our qualifying, of which we are talking about 20 minutes, so that should give them a fair bit of time to get to know. In the meantime, of course, the track temperature will be rising, the air temperature definitely is. Still no wind, which is good. And that means that we've got no sort of headwind to slow everybody down.
The nor'wester does look sort of imminent, doesn't it, though? Look at that skyline. And the nor'wester here does affect that
very much so.
Main straight speed.
Even for little cars like these Formula Ford. So green flashing light has been on, so the checkered flag will come out for the end of testing. As I said, a 10-minute break just to readjust things.
Yeah, well, everyone seems to have got through relatively unscathed. There doesn't seem many dramas out there, Rob.
No, which is always very good. We
don't need dramas at this stage.
Our coverage is going to be very extensive this afternoon, or today, and we're thrilled to have it on air for those of you who aren't able to get to the track. And it's, I think it's going to be a very enjoyable day for the drivers and fans.
Strange feeling, Rob, the fact that we have a national championship final in amongst our categories here that are normal for our Mac and Turbo
Yes.
race day, which is purely a Canterbury Car Club thing.
It's rather nice.
It is rather nice. We have a day like this, for goodness sake.
Yeah, just having a quick look, folks, at Zach Christensen during testing a 129.8. Zach's in a Ray, South Island's Formula 1600 Class 1 Championship. Imported in 20. Just looking at the results up on the screen at the moment, Zach Christensen, as we suggested, is quick and fast. Bree Morris is next as far as the two people are concerned. Liam Skeets, Alex Crosby, but you can see the times there, they're very, very
And
close.
checkered flag is out, so
Yep, they're very, very
that's
close.
it for
so that's
testing.
good. And we'll be keeping you in touch with times and what these guys are doing, along with everybody else during the day.
Okay. We'll
Back
be
shortly.
We just popped down to the pits to catch up with the man who was on top after testing. This is Zach Christensen, folks, all the way from, well, Christchurch anyway. You're at home track. Do you find that as an advantage this weekend?
Yeah, definitely. Having home track advantage, done plenty of laps around here, plenty of racing. So, yeah, we're all tuned up. Got the car all good, all set up. Thanks to my dad, done a lot of work in the garage, so should be good today.
How's the track looking at the moment? Obviously, you've had a chance to have a look here, 10, 15 minutes out there to have a bit of a look around. It's obviously fast at the moment.
Yeah, cold track morning. The car's obviously really good. And, we're going out there well at the moment and only did a few laps, so hopefully to go even faster in quali and hopefully on the top step after quali.
So after the testing, going into quali, what sort of changes are you looking at making?
Just brand new tyres, that's it.
Awesome. Obviously a great bunch of sponsors as well.
Yeah, Longhurst Ultrasound, Alley Out Castings, Chem Wash, and I already said Alley Out Castings, but also Motorsport Solutions.
Awesome. Best of luck for the rest of the day.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Right, folks, we have the qualifying session now for the NAPA National Formula 4 Championship. I have Archie Milligan with me here at the moment. Archie made an introduction to our commentary box back at Scope. And the Milligan name is no stranger to the Canterbury motor racing scene. So Archie, here we go with Formula 4, something which you are a little aware of from your father running Formula 4.
A little bit of experience, yes.
Yes. So, conditions are absolutely perfect here for qualifying. And we did mention before, but I just noticed Shane Drake go out, car 92. Shane was the National Formula 4 champion in 94-95, and he comes down, does all the South Island rounds from Auckland, and he's pursuing the National Championship again. Yeah, sorry about that. So Shane Drake also raced Trans Ams, and he won the national championship with the Trans Ams, and also he ran Formula Holden. So he's a very experienced competitor. Came from a background where his father raced minis for years.
saying before, it's about what, just over 50 years of Formula Ford racing in New Zealand.
Correct. It started in about prior to Formula Fords. We had what was known as the National Championship, which was single seaters, obviously, and there was into two classes: the 0 to 1500 and 1500 over. That was great. They were great series, those. But Formula Ford on a worldwide basis really came into its own around late 1960s, 1970s, and the South Island Formula Ford Association was loosely formed in around 1970, and nationally it went in 72, and as we say, the first championship in 1972, 71, 72, and it's been held every year since in its various forms.
And what do you think the biggest appeal about this class really is?
Oh, it's a learning class, very much so. We talked about karts before, and you and I have talked about karts a fair bit, Archie, and it seems to be a natural progression. It's a natural progression to do Formula Fords afterwards. Things are similar but different, aren't they?
100%. I guess it really shows, how our Kiwi motorsport drivers come through from karts into Formula Ford. Some of the other names, we've got Liam Lawson, who won the series back in 2016, 2017, and then of course you've also got Van Gisbergen, and a name I recognise is Andy McRae.
Of course.
Yeah, probably a de facto godfather, to be honest.
Yeah.
Of mine.
Of yours. And Scott Dixon in there, of course.
And we are currently missing a driver on the grid right now. Bo Hill, who
pulled up lane during testing before. No drive, apparently. So hopefully that can be rectified, and he can get out and do some qualifying. This session over 20 minutes.
And then running through our top three, before we have this qualifying. Oh, and who's that? Who's just come off? Is that number 40, Josh Andrew?
Car 40, Joshua Andrews, just through the S's, has come unstuck from the exit from the S's. First exit looks okay. Yep, he's away again.
Yeah, so just those top three. We've got Liam Skeets sitting at 302 points, Zach Christensen sitting at 268, and Alex Crosby at 240. So really the championship's still well up for
it is. I mean, it's only halfway through. Unlike years ago when it used to be over several rounds for the national championships around. It's only over 2 meetings this year, and it's 4 races of each round, so it's very condensed. So we're only halfway through essentially. So it is open there. Yeah, it might look like Liam Skeets is the one that's. Well, he is in the favourite seat at the moment, but
only takes one race.
It sure does, and it all can change. Okay, looking at some lap times now. Seb Manson a 1:30.907, Alex Crosby a 1:30.247. Our quickest is Jack Christensen, a 1:29.606. Interestingly, the lap record for Formula Fords around the circuit is Mitch Evans back in 2008 with a 1:28.29.
Who just got second place in Monaco last night. Oh, and Josh Andrew is off again. He's having trouble with that corner.
At the same place.
At the same place.
Yeah.
He's having trouble at those S's.
But I got it.
But yeah, no, funny you say Mitch Evans. He's just got second place in Monaco in the Formula A.
Formula E's. Yeah, interesting that record is so long, but I think that the tyre changes over the years have had a bit to do with things like that. So whilst it's there for the records, to break it, I guess, with the current tyre regulations could be hard, but let's wait and see anyway. And the outright lap record here is held by Scott Dixon in the Formula Holden with a 1:15.8, and that was set back in 1998. Just before Scott went overseas and did Indy Lights.
Right, so Josh Andrew will probably be feeling a little bit, I wouldn't say stressed, but he'll be realising that just after the Christchurch Casino Carousel, it does come to that S again.
Yeah, I'd say he's...
Let's say third time's a charm.
Yeah, I'm actually did it. It's not a difficult corner. It's one you can take a reasonably good clip. Well, he's through this time, but he'll know exactly where he is for the racing, which is very important. So our quickest time is still Zach Christensen with a 1:29.6.
And then a sizable-ish gap from that, which is Alex Crosby with a 1:31.1.
Yeah, it is. Now Liam Skeets has done a 1:30.799. Simon Hunter a 1:30.266. Bree Morris a 1:36.43. Seb Manson a 1:39.07. We have Robert Toshak in the pits, and we're still waiting for our 14th competitor who's got drive issues. So do you watch a bit of Formula E?
I missed the full race, but no, I did. It was just funnily enough you mentioned Mitch Evans, because I did see via the old social media channels that I knew he got pole and his teammate got, I think, P13, but then no, he unfortunately couldn't hold pole. But I feel like Mitch Evans, out of all the sort of Kiwi motor races that they're on international circuits that we talk about, I feel like he sort of gets a bit of a not as much attention.
Do you think it's because in motor racing circles that Formula E doesn't get the exposure that it
I think it must be.
Because I know from an old jigger's point of view like mine, it doesn't do anything for me at all. And I know Rob, he'll probably endorse that when he comes back on air again. The same. Now you're a young generation. What's your
of course, I mean
feeling
the big one. The big one at the moment is still Formula One. I mean that's just growing in popularity.
But I mean the Formula E concept.
I think
E being electric, which has been a forbidden word in this commentary box.
I think it definitely has room for growth, and it's definitely growing in popularity, and I think it would be quite cool to just see more of it. And I think, especially as Kiwis and motorsport fans, we've got a New Zealander at the top of that field.
Sure.
And a bit more support behind that would be.
So do you think there's a missing element in this? With Formula E, and it's a meaningful noise.
I mean,
motor racing, and you mentioned it yourself before about motor racing enthusiasts, and even yourself, you hear of
a Formula 5000,
a V8 engine or a high-tuned four-cylinder or something like that. So until I suggest they get something, and I don't mean having a stereo on the mud
Artificial
guards or
sound.
anything. I think till they develop something that is meaningful to the workings of it, there's going to be a resistance. I could be wrong. I don't know. It's just I'm suggesting that to you.
And no, it's a very fair comment. I think they make an interesting sound. They sort of sound like
Sewing
fighter jets.
machines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I said fighter jets. You said sewing
Well,
machines.
there you go.
One excites one excites the other.
Yeah.
But no, they're just
Well,
actually.
there's a place for it, all right. I can't deny that. All right.
Alex Crosby's managed to improve his time slightly to a 1:30.2, and then followed very closely behind by Simon Hunter with a 1:30.26. He was one.
They're all pretty close, aren't they? That top group. Just looking for Christensen with 1:29.606, who is the quickest. And Simon
Hunter with a 1:32.88
back a wee bit.
on lap 2.
Liam Skeets at 1:37.99. That won't put him on the front row with that. Yes, as with all single-seater racing, your grid position and your start order is very, very important. Even though there's no wings to worry about, and there is great racing in Formula 4 with a lot of good passing and overtaking, but if you get buried in the pack a bit, it is very hard to make your way forward.
Now, Rob was just telling us that there's a lot of serious faces out around the pits today. Why would that be? What are the stakes for this race? That for those who don't know,
The trip to Brands Hatch, I guess, is very much at stake now. To win the championship, is the kudos of winning the championship, and
Of course.
in years to come, you know, here we are trotting off the champions who's won, and also what's at stake ahead of you. And as we say, the Formula Ford Festival at Brands Hatch, and I guess your chances of going to the next step is aided, isn't it?
just looking down at the pits, was that Bow Hill that was maybe getting pushed out, or am I mistaken?
There was a car that was poked out.
There was a
of
car
the
that
garage,
poked
wasn't
out
it?
for a second there.
Yeah.
And in the final minute of this qualifying session, it's looking like it's going to be Zach Christensen starting off the grid, then Alex Crosby. But unless someone, really hits it out of the ballpark in this last minute, which they could do, those top three, Simon Hunter, Alex Crosby and Zach Christensen, are your top three.
Well, looking at that, anything's possible, isn't it? Looking at that, those times, anything is possible. It's as predicted, everything is very close at the top there. Wouldn't expect anything else really.
So yeah,
Particularly the national field.
So the starting grid being Zach Christensen
Yep.
in P1, Alex Crosby in P2, Simon Hunter in P3, and Breen Morris in P4. So there's your top 4. And then Liam Skeets, who probably won't be happy with a P5.
So row 3, yeah.
Who's currently our championship leader.
He is. So row 3 is going to be not impossible at all.
No.
If he can latch on to a leading bunch, then he's got every chance. But I wouldn't be, row 3, you'd prefer to be higher up than that, wouldn't you?
Definitely, especially with a trip to Brands Hatch and stuff.
Indeed. All right, well that's the end of the end of our qualifying session for the Formula Forwards, and
Up next to the saloons.
move on to the saloons and then the Continental Rennsport. So we will be back shortly. I think Rob can have a chat shortly.
Perfect.
John Hutchinson.
Rightio, new Hutchies ad time, John.
Okay, hey, Ford's next gen Ford Ranger is coming later this year and the order bank is now open. 13 models, a new V6 diesel engine available in the Sport and the Wild Track model,
Yep.
and the new V6 petrol twin-turbo Raptor is going to be a killer. Hey, we're taking orders with a small deposit now.
Any more details we need to know about?
Hey, please come and see us or inquire online at teamhutchinsonford.com.
Next Gen Ford Ranger, Team Hutchinson Ford, Sherm Street. Hey, good coffee too.
Well, this is the class that I guess you could say if it's got a roll cage in it and a race seat in it, you could go racing in it.
Yeah, definitely. It's a really great eclectic mix of cars out there. It's what do we got? Must be 20 odd cars out there on the grid.
There is indeed, and when you start looking at Honda Civics and Celicas and Mazdas and Datsun 24 ounces and a whole lot of there's a Supra out there, there's a Lotus Elise, as I said, if it's got a motor, it's got a roll cage and a driver's seat. Let's have a go. 15 minutes I think these guys get for their qualifying, which is on screen at the moment. So how's things at head office?
It's good, thanks. It's as you'd expect, it's busy. We've obviously had a challenging sort of 2 years with COVID and trying to bouncing in and out of all these alert levels and trying to kind of get motorsport happening again. But now we're out of it. We obviously got the green light 4 weeks ago, and that's really kind of got everyone going. And within 48 hours of that green light of events being able to happen and stuff, the bookings were coming in, the licence renewals were up. People were just wanting to get out on track again.
I didn't introduce you. Can you introduce yourself so that the sports fans know who I'm talking to?
That's good. So I'm Elton Gunn, and I'm actually I'm the CEO of Motorsport New Zealand at the moment. I'm actually, and we just got someone just gone off there on the. Kind of looked like actually might have had a bit of a collision there actually, because it was a place you don't go off on your own very regularly, is it?
But it's a Honda Civic that's got moving again quite slowly.
Yeah.
It coming out of the Christchurch Casino Carousel. So I guess you get that sort of thing with a huge mixture of cars and speed differentials. But it's pretty early on in the session to start losing it, I would have thought. But
absolutely. Cold tyres, always a good excuse
right.
For the first couple of sessions.
That's it. And the red mist is there well before the temperatures of the tyres.
Absolutely. But no, it's great to see such a strong field here, and we know it's coming towards the end of the season here at Ruapuna, Canterbury Car Club, but to have such a strong field of cars out there, it really complements what we're doing with the Formula Ford Series and the National Championship. It's working really well, and the fact that we're getting this on the live stream as well is awesome. It's getting out there to the world, not only in New Zealand but hopefully in around the globe.
I think it's absolutely imperative, and I think it's brilliant. I mean, the guys who are running it today are just giving us some amazing coverage, and why shouldn't they? Why shouldn't we get that sort of stuff? During our scope a couple of weekends ago, we had feedback from the States and Singapore. I was challenged on something I said from somebody watching in Singapore. I thought,
Yeah, I mean, we were a few weeks ago. I had a call with the FIA, and just sort of having a sort of our 6 monthly catch up that we do with our region vice president, and we look at motorsport here and we kind of feel like we've been quite restricted and quite hard to get things going. But actually in the scheme of things globally, we've actually done really well. We're one of the few ASNs that got cars on track and onto rally stages very, very quickly after the lockdown started. We came up with a good set of procedures that we worked with the clubs and the circuits to make sure was doable. And from that, we were actually, for quite a part of the last 2 years, we were the envy of most of the other ASNs around the world, just by the volume of motorsport that we were actually able to put on track.
I'm just going to interrupt you for a moment, just run through the fastest at the moment. Daniel Kropp with a 1:37, and then Liam Matheson, Lewis Lowe in the 24-ounce, Greg Wilson in the RX-8, Martin Perry is 5th fastest in the Supra. The Lotus Elise, which is a lovely little car, I'm a Lotus fan. Mark Meadows, who comes out very, very regularly, is 6th fastest. Flynn Mitchell in the RX-8, just ahead of Ben McConaughey in another RX-8. And then Hugersvoort and Randall Diggs round out the top 10 in the Sylvia and the Commodore. There's a hell of a range of cars.
It is. I mean, apart from the Mazdas, I think that's really the only double up, isn't there?
Yeah.
It's no, it is. It's great. It's great, and they've all got their own unique sounds and their own unique looks. And I think we're going to have through the race. I think we're going to have some good battles here, and I believe there's some handicap races with this, isn't there?
How important is grassroots racing like we're watching here today to Motorsport New Zealand?
It's absolutely imperative. I mean, grassroots is where we all start. You look back at Angus Fogg, you grab him. Where did Angus start with? Racing the minis. And he's worked his way up, and now he's got a successful engineering business. He's running Central Muscle Cars. He's got many years in the V8 Touring Car Series. He's raced in supercars, but he started in that grassroots class. So for me, and I think it is vital that we keep this grassroots going and we support it. And it's alive and well here, that's for sure.
I'm going to be a wee bit rude and say there are many who would think that there's an ivory tower in Wellington which is funded by people having a licence.
I would love to find where that ivory tower is, because I've been there 3 years and haven't found it yet.
Good answer. But I mean, you guys are working very hard on feeding back down to our level.
Absolutely. I mean, from my side, it's a sport that we are there to facilitate motorsport, and that's it. We will do what we can to make sure that motorsport happens, and that was a prime driver through the COVID and the creation of the Back in Motion document, was to try and get it happening again. And yes, we've got rules that we do have to have, and health and safety and all of that stuff is coming into the world now, and some things that 10, 15 years ago were kosher and we could do, it doesn't fit with the rules that we actually as an organisation have to operate under. So we do get that kind of that sense from some people that we're being a little bit heavy-handed and we're stopping this happening, but it's only because we're trying to actually keep the sport compliant with everything else that's out there. But where we can, we will work as hard as we can to make any event happen.
How do we make it sexy so the media will actually, they're right into Van Gogh, and but how do they make it sexy for days like this?
I think it's making the most and talking about those battles.
Thank you. Just having a wee look at the times. We just got an unofficial lap record for the saloons here, which is absolutely fabulous. So unofficial lap record of a 1:28.9, and that goes to Liam Matheson in the RX-7S6.
That's not a bad effort for first thing in the morning, is it?
It's pretty good, I reckon, and that should, there's a lot of people missing out because they're not coming, because it's not something that you want to be seen at.
Yeah, and I think within the society now, we're battling with a lot of other things that are taking our attention. Kids' sport's a lot more prevalent. A lot of people are not working 5 days a week. They're working over a 7-day period. Weekend work is a common thing, which you go back 15 years ago and it wasn't so common. So we are, as a sport and as a society, battling against a lot of other attention grabbers. And so what we need to do as a sport is make sure we get the message out there. Social medias. We've got this live stream today. We know that it's quite a cost effective to do a live stream system. So actually getting that message out there. And I think the one thing that we've also missed over the last sort of 4 or 5 years is those heroes and villains, the Ambrose and the Murphy type battles, the Scaife, the Brocks and the Richards, that sort of stuff. Those sort of battles, and you create those, whether they're perceived or actual, it doesn't really matter, but you create those, and all of a sudden you're getting a draw card, you're getting a bit of a bite in. And
look, I go back to when Cook and Harrington would be on the radio on 3ZB, and it was compulsory listening. The one-liners were just pouring out.
Yeah.
And you're dead right. We're missing that sort of aggro. We've got it almost coming through with Mostard and Van Giz, and further back down in I call them New Zealand supercars that are run in Australia. I think that's probably a wee bit unfair, but so yes, you're right. I think and today, if you have a look at the rundown of the Formula Fords, Liam Skeets, who's a wee bit off the case, but Christensen, Crosby, Noble Adams, Simon Hunter, to get those guys to start just a wee bit of aggro, not biff, but
and I think that's not only the responsibility not to create the biff and the aggro, but it's the responsibility of a sport as a whole is to actually create these young stars. We've got, like you say, you've got Zach and Liam out there battling it at the top. I know there's not a hell of a lot of points between them at the top of the ladder there. Zach's a local lad, so getting the local guys in behind him. And just creating those local stars, and then that will feed when they start getting out of their track. And we need to make the most of social media. Done right, it can be a powerful tool.
One of my bones of contention, and I'm sure you'll back me totally, is the number of young New Zealanders, racing overseas in top-line motorsport in front of billions of people, and our government can't find $25 million to put on a nose cone, eat New Zealand produce.
Yeah, it is a big battle, and then I suppose it actually, to a degree, it trickles down to those kids, and it's actually getting them to understand that they need to tell us about the story. And we actually have the problem, and we know a lot of these guys, but there's about 50 or 60 New Zealanders racing abroad at high level at any one point during the year. So to try and keep track of each one of those kids is really hard. Well, some of them aren't kids. You got Scotty Dixon, who's my age, but you got those guys. So it's actually making sure that those kids are actually telling us the story, and then we can tell that story, and we can go to the government, and that's one of my big drives is tasked is actually to work with Sport NZ and actually let them understand what motorsport is. And we did that economic impact study at the back end of last year, and that was actually really beneficial. We got into doors that we'd never got into before.
Yeah, that's good. That's good to hear. We keep reading in the media $200,000 for offices that have never had anybody walk into them, and we're sort of, I'm sitting there going $200,000.
Yeah.
So anyway, that'd be great.
So it looks like we've got another RX-8 over there, spun it, just going into casino.
As we look at that, we've got something like about a minute and a half of testing. And thank you so much for coming up and having a chat, because, as I said, many people wonder who, and now we've got a voice and a face, so that's fabulous, really, really is. Just over a minute. Liam Matheson will be the quickest for qualifiers. He'll be on pole to the 128.7, and we think that's pretty much a new track record. Daniel Kropp, who's been around a long time with a little Honda Civic, will be next on a 130, so that's 2 seconds a lap. It's going to take some catching. Randall Diggs in the Colton Commodore. That's the big car compared to some of the little Japanese ones. At 134, another second back is Mark Meadows in the little Lotus Elise. and then Martin Perry, McConchy, and then come back to Wilson, Lowe Adams, and Mitchell to top 10. Now these guys will be coming out shortly, and obviously although those times are suggesting that it'll be gaps and gaps and gaps, I can assure you that if you haven't seen these saloons at a Mike Pero Motorsport Park meeting before, that it'll be exciting, and it's door handle to door handle.
And that's the type of racing we like.
We do indeed. So just having a look, as I said, we've got about 15 seconds now. The green flashing light is doing its bit. And then once we've done that, we've got the Continental Rennsport, and we'll tell you all about the Continental Rennsport. If you're not sure what it is and who's eligible, we'll be able to help you with that very, very shortly.
And it's actually great wandering around the pits out there, and actually seeing that selection of cars out there on the Rennsport grid. It's, I was actually lucky enough about 6 weeks ago. Actually had my first race in a BMW up in Pukekohe. Many driven cars over the years, but never actually raced a Beamer. So had a run in it. It was great. It was what I would call proper grassroots club racing. You know, one of the guys in the pits next door had a flat tyre, so we lent him our spare tyre, and it was all that sort of camaraderie stuff, and it was just a real great friendly atmosphere.
Well, next time you come down, bring a helmet.
Funny you should say that. I got collared by one of the South Island Formula Ford guys this morning, actually saying, "Where's my gear? Where's my gear? We've got a car here for you." So yeah, maybe next time I'll jump out, and I think there's possibly a round at the end of May with South Island Formula Ford. So maybe try and get down and
when you wander your way back down to the pits, Gary Love's got one on a trailer with a 4 sail sign.
Gary was just trying to pull the sales trick on me before.
Fast talking Gary Love. Checkered flag is out, folks, so that's the way they'll be starting for the first race. Liam Matheson from Daniel Crock from Randall Diggs, Mark Meadows. Lovely to see him in the second row. And the little Lotus, the Supra of Martin Perry, Greg Wilson, Conchi, and then Lowe Adams. So, yeah, an interesting lineup, and we'll be back with more as we come into the actually it's the qualifying for those Continental Rennsports.
German class, been around here for quite some time in the South Island. The Rennsport traditionally have their championship at our club-style meetings here at Ruapuna during the season. A good field today of some 20 plus. Included in the field is a class for the BMW E30s, which there's 10 or so of those, I think, in the field. With the open class, it's a great assortment of BMWs, Porsches, a An old Mercedes out there, I see. As I say, this class has been around, it's been coming up for 10 years or so. Realise that with the E30s that there's a similar category in the North Island where the field is huge. So it's a wee car to actually learn to go motor racing in too is the E30s. So these guys today will have 2 races of 7 laps, and then their last race will be a 20-minute race. 20 minutes plus 1 race, plus 1 lap, I beg your pardon, and then that will come just before the final race of the Formula Ford Championship.
I can see why they've done the BMWs in their own league, because really there are a lot of them out on the track here today.
Yeah, there is, but there's the league for the E3, the E30s, which is 318s. As I say, most of these guys here today have been battling it out together for a long time. There's very few changes in the E30 field. The others, a great assortment of, as I say, the Porsches and Porsches, BMWs, and
I always get a wee smile when I see old Andy Milne's Mercedes out there. I saw it a couple of weeks ago out at Scope. There he is. Only Mercedes racing in Christchurch. Of this sort of, it was the only Merc out at Scope.
The quickest out there is David Proud in the BMW E46 with a best time of a 1:31.575. The nearest to him is car number 9, Russell McKenzie in the BMW, the M3 E46. And a 1:32.614. E30 looks like it's Marco Schelp with a 1:49.079. So it shows you the difference between them, obviously, but interesting Marco Schelt. He's got quite a few. A German man, a very nice German man who runs German cars. And he has 2 or 3 other cars that he runs.
What are some of the other ones that he runs?
BMWs.
Just all BMWs?
Yeah, of varying sorts. He has a V8 variety one too, which is extremely quick.
Almost getting flashbacks to also, a couple weekends ago with the older stock touring car boys that were out here.
Yes.
Very similar sort of feel and vibe, although a bit more pedigree in that class, you could say.
Yeah, pedigree is certainly described, doesn't it?
Russ McKenzie taking the top spot now with a 130.7. Jeff Lusky's now come up to 3rd fastest time in his GT3 Cup car with a 1:33.1.
So a good field of 23 to line up in their racing, the Ren Sport with the E30. It's a good number to have. Shows you the health of the class and what it's desiring to do with not travelling too far away, having a competition or a championship just centred in at the one place. Car 41, Stuart Callaway goes through. Stewart in the Porsche Cayman. that car replaced a GT3 that Stewart had, which had a very untimely accident here. In fact, it was his son driving and had an incident at the hairpin, and as a result, that car is not here, but they procured a replacement, and it's good to see Stuart racing the Cayman. It's the only one out here. So it's Russell McKenzie with a 1:37.85. That's Russell McKenzie as car number 9 in the M3 E46 coupe. Then we have David Proud in the E46, and again car number 86 with a 1:31.575. Then Jeff Lusky in the GT3 a 1:31.882. They're the quickest three.
Something's going on with, is it a flat tyre? Or is it just, did he just clip it? No. Is that just me? With car 86? Is it 86? Yes.
David Proud in the blue and...
Yeah, something's gone wrong.
Something's gone wrong there with the blue and white. You can go a bit of smoke out the back too, yeah. I see. Let's hope it's only something rubbing on minor oil leak there. So it's checkered flag time for the Rensport lads, and they'll be back at 1:15 with their first race. Next up we have Racing Proper and the race 1 for the first one of the day for the New Zealand Formula Ford Championship.
Well, this is really, I guess, what everybody has come to see as we watch Shane Drake in the Marlborough car coming out. Jack Noble Adams in the rather little pink and white little car coming out. So, yeah, that was normally a black car, Lindsay Kerr, but at the moment it's he's gone pink and white, sort of coconut ice colours. This is the first of, 4 4 races these guys have got.
Yeah, 3 over 10 laps, Rob, and the last one's over 12 laps.
And hanging in the balance is a championship. And it's lovely to have people from such as Gary Jackson downstairs there. Huge supporter of Ford's, Ford Mustang, and very much involved over many, many years is Gary Jackson. Looking down through them, Rays are obviously the Formula Ford of choice with...
well, they're the latest, aren't they?
Yeah,
of course.
3 on the front row. Just so you can sort of see there, they're getting themselves quietly sorted out. There will be nearly a full field. I see that we've actually got 13 now.
So we still...
we do have the 14.
We have the 14, have we?
Yep. Because Bo Hill from Nelson has borrowed a car from Gary Love. Just waiting for the lights.
30-second board is up.
This is the one of 3. If we said it's 10 laps of a 3.3 long circuit. Red lights are up, the revs are building, and we're away.
Christensen away very well there, followed by Alex Crosby, who was alongside him. Crosby will tuck in behind him as they go into Abbott turn 1.
First quarter on cold tyres, cold oil, and red mist as they come through. But luckily,
we always hold our breath through there, Rob, don't we?
We do. And look at that. Already, there's a couple that have put the bit between the teeth and they're away. However, streaming down through what's known now as Link,
through the GM Euromark hairpin for the first time, and it is Zach Christensen. Hello, we've got Joshua Andrew off at the hairpin. He had trouble,
a bad run.
Had trouble in qualifying, didn't he? With
that's
it could be something else wrong with that car. I'm suggesting, Rob.
I think it's probably brake bias by the look of it.
Yes,
that he hasn't got the brake bias sorted out, but he will. I'm hoping because put the foot on the brake and the thing swaps in. So it's definitely letting you know that it's not right. The first 2 already have opened up quite a wee gap. Coming down towards the big sweeper, the Avon City Ford sweeper. The fighting going on further back behind those 2, which we'll see as they come sweeping around.
Skeets is involved with that scrap, isn't he? And that bunch there back contesting 3rd place. But here he comes now. On the outside of Simon Hunt, inside of Simon Hunt, as they go into turn 1.
Actually, when you have a look at those back markers, some of those have got names that should be way up the front.
Gee, that gap is opening up now between those first 2, and it's definitely Skeets who has grabbed the 3rd place.
The 2 leaders come into Euromark hairpin. It's a very tight hairpin that actually really is a hairpin. You try to make it a straight line if you can.
Do you want to go back because there's a better pedal back?
I just back a bit.
So down towards the... Run through the carousel. The first 2 so far ahead that they can have a sandwich before anybody else gets finished.
I just observed that Bree Morris, who was 3rd on the grid, has dropped now to 6th. So we didn't see what happened there. Obviously got caught up in first lap dicing.
This is where the battle is, though, isn't it? 2 by 2 as they get onto the arc, coming down and towards the big sweeper here at Ruapuna Park.
A wee gap now between Christensen and
Alex
Crosby.
Very, very good. They're so far ahead, it's unbelievable. This is what we were talking about during the qualifying, was that the amazing slipstreaming with these Formula 4 Stuart Ruapuna.
That's scrapped for 5th place. It is monumental. It's absolutely monumental there. There's 6 cars involved in that dice for 5th place. The others are quite orderly in 2s. With Skeets, I won't say comfortably in 3rd place. There's quite a gap now between him and Crosby, but he's being pursued by Simon Hunter, who won't let him go.
That's the people on your screen at the moment. Simon Hunter in the Azaz Wearers car, 00. Makes you think of the rally season, doesn't it, when you've got 00 in a car?
Well, it does, doesn't it?
Now they covered. Look at that train as they come round through the carousel, as it's called.
Of course, this round here is helped by Team Hutchinson Ford here in Christchurch, who have got behind this meeting. We also mentioned that Tony Quinn and Hampton Downs for their support to fund competitors to get from the North Island down here.
Here's that big group once again as they're coming through the front there. It's very, very close, and we're looking at the first 2 place getters at the moment, and you can see the huge gap that they've opened up. That's Zach Christensen.
Yeah, I'm quite amazed at that gap, although Skeets, to be fair, he came from the 3rd row, so it wasn't the easiest of assignments. So he has shaken himself clear of that pack, who are still there dicing for 5th place.
Just remember that Crosby is 3rd in the standings, and with 75 for 1st and 67 points for 2nd, you can start doing your own arithmetic. But Zach Christensen is leading with 268 points, so he'll be very, very keen if he can get the 75 for 1st.
We've got Nigel Barclay here, an extra pair of eyes, and following Bree Morris a fair bit, yeah. And he got shuffled back in the opening lap, but he's
She,
I beg your pardon.
yeah, she's definitely a she.
She, yeah. Eighth position now, so back up to
Clicking through again now with 6 laps to go out of the 10. It's a long time to hold your breath, as the old saying goes.
Yeah, Bree Morris back up to 5th place now, behind Simon Hunter.
So really we've got 3 car races, haven't we? We've got 1st and 2nd, 3rd and 4th, and then...
So the gap between that leading pair with Crosby and 2nd back to Liam Skeets is around 4 seconds, around 3.5 seconds.
I'm just looking at there at the moment, and it looks very much as though we've got a huge gap between 1st and 2nd and 3rd and 4th, and then come back. I'm pretty sure we've got the Bremos.
Yeah, she's leading that pack of 6 cars that have been scrapping for 5th place from the start.
So well done her. She leads them through. They'll appear on your screen in just a couple of moments. There they are as they're sweeping around through the carousel. Christensen, Crosby and Skeets as they are at the moment, and that's actually basically the top 3 in the overall championships. And remember, there's bucket loads of points for 1st, 2nd and 3rd in all of the 4 races.
And the added carrot at the end of the day for the winner of the championship is a trip to Brands Hatch to race in the British Formula Ford Festival.
There's 4 cars in the 130s. That gives you a bit of an idea of how quick those top 4 are.
The best time is from Christensen with a 1:30.186, and then Crosby 1:33.02, Skeets 1:34.33. So there's nothing much between all that.
No, there's not indeed. Down through, we're looking at the car number 21, as you know, that's Zach Christensen. He's leading by, well, I would say quite comfortably, really. He's probably about 15 car lengths ahead. In fact, the gap was the last time they went across was 1.2 seconds. So that's a very comfortable lead in a field as competitive as this. Down here you can see there the gap.
Halfway through now, Rob. So all the interest, well, anything can happen, we know that.
Don't you dare put the curse on any of these.
I'm talking about that scrap for 5th place. There's a breakaway there now with Bree Morris is leading her breakaway, involved with car number 39, who is
Bree's obviously
Leo Scott, car 99, I beg your pardon. Yeah, Scott.
Bree's carrying the Napa Auto Parts sponsorship on her car. Brilliant sponsorship by Napa Auto Parts.
Yes, of course. Napa Auto Parts are the series sponsor for the two rounds.
And in fact, if it's a very important sponsorship for the national series, and there's a lot of money going in for transporting and getting the cars from one island to the other. So thanks, indeed.
I've got to say, Tony Quinn with Hampton Downs is
he does a lot for
very
transport.
has been involved with supporting the transport costs. Oh yes, crossing that Cook Strait is a very expensive piece of water, Rob, isn't it?
Very expensive piece of water. So we're looking for cars. Well, it's an interesting thing when we see car number 66, which is in fact Bo Hill in a borrowed car. There's Bree, looking very comfortable indeed. Leo Scott. Third and fourth place getters getting very, very close once again, so we can keep an eye on them as they go down into point 2, which is Abbott's Insurance. Funny enough, it's the quarter that most of the accidents happen at Ruapuna and are sponsored by an insurance broker, but that's beside the by. You can see again, once again, we've got the little groups of 2, and you'll see some interesting demonstrations of slipstreaming.
And now that 4th group of 2 has a Shane Drake involvement in there.
2 by 2 by 2.
2 by 2 by 2.
And that's exactly what we have with Formula 4s, isn't it? It's very, very close racing. And once again, we come back to the fact that's Shane Drake in the little Marlborough car.
I have to say that I am a little surprised that it has divided the way it has. I thought there'd be 4 or 5 who could be latching on to Christensen there, but there's not. So,
well, if he's going to get 75 points, that's going to give him 377. Sorry, that's Christensen. He'll get another. He's 268 at the moment, so he gets 75 on top of that. He's going to be looking very, very good.
Don't say too much, Rob.
No, I won't say too much.
You know what we're like at saying things like that. And what happens?
Not only us.
At least there's no black jelly beans around today for us to be offering.
There's our leader looking very comfortable indeed. Just quietly getting the laps done. That's Bree Norris, isn't it? No, it's not. It's Hunter.
Simon
Hunter.
Hunter.
And so he at the moment is in 3rd spot, being chased by Liam Skeets. Liam Skeets from Auckland.
That group towards the middle of the pack, Rob, is all bunching up again.
It is too. So, and of course, this comes through, doesn't it, from battling.
Well, we have a
just a wee bit of agricultural
work there from. Meanwhile, Christensen is really starting to open that gap up now. The gap is now out to just over a second now, and Skeets is being challenged as well. In fact, Simon Hunter just squeezed himself by.
This is the last lap.
So it's the last lap and it's all on, and Simon Hunter's got himself ahead of Liam Skeets in that scrap for third place. Bree Morris is fifth still. Leo Scott is sixth as they ran across the line to go into the final lap.
Once again, a very, very close racing from these Formula Fords. Only 14 cars, but they can put on a huge display, and it is only the championship contenders who are down here racing at Ruapuna. So that's why we don't have a lot of names that you would expect in a Formula Ford field.
Well, from these parts anyway.
Yeah, from these parts anyway.
So barring something catastrophic, looks like Zach Christensen has got this one. He comes into the Avon City Ford Sweeper for the last time.
Morris is actually, there's the checkered flag for our race winner, Zach Christensen. Then come back to car number 41, Alex Crosby. And there's quite a gap back.
Simon Hunter, and then
a very good race by Bree Morris.
Yeah, very good race.
And then Simon Skeets.
Who got ahead of Liam Skeets as well on that last lap.
She's done very, very well because she did drop right back. And so the
excellent race from Bree Morris there.
So looking at the provisional results, car number 21, Zach Christensen from Alex Crosby. Simon Hunter then comes in behind him. Bree Morris, and what an amazing race she had. Liam Skeets, Leo Scott, Seb Manson, Dylan Petch, who we didn't really see too much. He was a bit buried in amongst the back runners, or the mid runners I should say. Shane Drake, Jack Noble Adams, who's normally a lot further up than that. Mason Potter, Rob Toshak, and then Josh Andrew rounds out the 13.
Man's not there, but it looks like Daniel Kropp on the second row, on the second grid, who'll lead them away. Randall digs in the lovely Holden supercar, Holden Guillotine paintwork.
And that was a great start from Daniel Kropp. And apologies for Mark Meadows in the Elise. He just managed to take full advantage of that missing spot.
Randall digs in the Commodore back to Greg Wilson in the RX-8. I think Martin Perry slipped through there into fourth place. Martin Perry in the Supra. Car 826 as they round themselves round the Euromark hairpin. As they head off for the Carousel. Christchurch Casino, Carousel, been great supporters here for years as well. This race is over 8 laps, not 10 as the Formula Fords are doing. Yes, Daniel Cropp has certainly taken the bit by the horns, and away he goes in that beautiful little Civic, car 56, and then we've got car 115 goes through. That's Mark Meadows in the Lotus Elise, then Martin Perry, Malcolm Hugover in the Nissan Silvia, Randall Diggs in the Commodore, Greg Wilson in the RX-8. And Wade Henshaw, that's a well-known name from a few years ago. Wade, who contested some of the early championships, New Zealand V8 series. That was runner-up in one of those early ones.
So now the battle for 6th going around Euromark, and it did look like Wade Henshaw just got overtaken by, is that, oh, no, it's a nice wee battle between those two. As they now go around, about to go around Casino.
Yeah, there's similar shades to this field as there is to the Formula Ford race, where there's sort of a few gaps between the top 3 or 4, then there's quite a bunch.
And here comes Daniel Cropp. I'm curious to see that time. That was a 1:30.6. Completely extending his lead there. Then here comes Mark Meadows, Martin Perry.
And a close scrap between Malcolm Hubervorst and the Nissan Silvia and Randall Diggs in the Commodore.
Is he going to get around him? He does.
Daryl Phillips there in car number 6. Dropped right back there. Not sure what's happened to Phillips. It's in the Honda Civic car 96 and the black one, not to be confused with Daniel Cropp's car 56. See, Martin Perry's edging himself closer to Mark Meadows there for second spot. Whoa, out in front, my goodness me.
Yeah, that is quite the lead.
Daniel Cropp, what's he got under that Honda Civic? I tell you, he's fair cranking it along there. Best lap time of a 1:30.67. When you consider that best lap time compared to who's in second spot, which is Mark Meadows, a 1:35.1. And Martin Perry, 1:35.3. That is significant.
For those at home on your screen now, you're currently seeing Mark Meadows in that gorgeous wee red Elise, who's currently in second behind Daniel Cropp. That's a big gap. I think that those two are going to be...
Yeah. Some swabbing, you suggest? But Phillips down the back, we talked about him before on the other Honda Civic. He's obviously got issues. In fact, I recall it's happened before. Yes, he is. He is pitting there, so it's sad.
I'd love to know what happened to Liam Matheson there. It's a shame that he didn't get to start there.
So Crop goes over the start-finish line to complete 4 laps. And there's this big gap back to Meadows and the little Lotus. That Rob loves Lotuses as a bitty description. And he's struggling too, because Martin Perry looms by and overtakes as they go into turn 1, and Randall Dixon Commodore will also due to overtake Meadows. So something's gone wrong with the Elise. Did we speak about it too early, I suppose, saying that Rob would love it? The car, that is.
Yeah, he'll just be trying to nurse that car back down to the pits now, won't he?
I think so, yes, indeed.
Not a bad wee battle happening between Graham Crowe and Matt Hicks.
Matt Hicks, yeah, right, there is.
They just went past us just before.
Graham Crowe, car 15 in the MX-5, and Matt Hicks, 95 in the 323. They were side by side going past the start-finish. Although see Hicks has grabbed the advantage off him as he goes in pursuit of the MX-5. So Meadows is still running, but a bit quite slowly as he drifts back through the field, about to be swooped up by Piers Mingham in the 105E Anglia.
And now he's going into the pits. Yeah, I'm going to be following Crowe and Hicks right now as they come past David City Ford down onto the straight.
Hicks has grabbed the advantage back, but there's still not much between them. I mean, they're fighting out for 13th place. Meanwhile, Crop dashes across the line for 6 laps. There's one final lap now for Daniel Crop.
And then one battle also that we haven't mentioned is between cars number 90 and 23.
Yeah, that's Malcolm Hogelvurst on the Sylvia and Greg Wilson on the RX-8. Yeah, indeed.
They've just been having a great battle all race, actually. And they're just coming past us now. Yeah, the difference there between, on your screens for those at home, between Daniel Crop and Martin Perry on that last lap, you know, over almost 4 seconds. Although Martin Perry actually has just gotten a faster lap than Randall Diggs. Last lap board is out for Daniel Crop.
Gee, the sound of that car, it is fair screaming, isn't it?
It's menacing for a little car like that.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful. So that... Well, a very... Race with a difference. I didn't quite expect to see some of these gaps at all, actually. There's Martin Perry going across the line now as he second spot, and Randall Diggs third in that lovely Commodore. So the gap back to is 30-odd seconds, 32 seconds between Crop in the lead and Martin Perry in second place, and less than a second between Perry and Diggs. Then there's a 10-second gap to the Nissan Silvia of Malcolm Hugervorst.
Oh, just almost a wee bit of sideways action on the just going around Euromark there for Randall Diggs.
Checkered flag out for Daniel Crop. And we will not have a cup of tea time, but we'll just wait a wee while for Martin Perry, who is on the back straight now. Randall Diggs won't get near him, I don't believe, now as they go into Abrams Leach for the last time. So that's it for our
and just as some of the other cars in the field come across, here are the results. So David Crop takes out the top spot, then following behind with Martin Perry and Randall Diggs in Ps 2 and 3. Then car number 90, which is Malcolm Hugervoort, and then P5 Greg Wilson, P6 Ruben Adams, 7 Flynn Mitchell I should say, P8 Ashma Kuchini, number 9 Tom Young, and then rounding off for the top 10 is Piers Mingham.
Okay, that will bring us to our lunch break, and we'll be back in approximately 35 minutes. 45 minutes for the first of the Ren Sport races. Then we have the 2 rounds of everything to follow on from that. So we shall be back.
Catching up down here in the pits with Zach Christensen, the winner of race number 1 and also the pole sitter today. Off the front, not a bad place to be starting, but how were things out on track?
Yeah, the track was very good. Managed to get in the lead straight off the start and just kept my head down, didn't look at my mirrors, and just managed to get a gap and win the race.
Alex was chasing you down early on in that race, of course. You managed to get about a second lead in the end there. Could you feel the pressure?
Yeah, there was a little bit of pressure towards the start of the race, definitely. Just had to keep my head down and keep pushing forward and managed to make more of a gap. Any
changes you're going to make to the car?
Not at the moment, no.
Of course, they are huge thanks for your sponsors as well.
Yeah, Longhurst Ultrasound, Motorsport Solutions, Alley Out Castings and Chemwash.
Of course, also the top qualifier. So for that there, we've managed to grab you $1,000. Actually, it's $1,010.10. So if we get the guys from Napa to come in here and present this to you, congratulations. Your pole sitter for today is Zach Christensen. While we're down here in the pits, going to catch up with, of course, Alex Crosby as well. Second place in race number 1. All the way from Invercargill, of course, a very experienced kart racer as well. And, of course, Alex on the dirt track in Speedway. Alex, second place in race number 1. You were doing lots of things to try and chase down Zach. How are things feeling out on track?
Yeah, it felt really good for a start, but just couldn't keep up with Zach. He's got a good pace and just couldn't keep up.
Any changes you're planning on making to try and chase him down next time?
No, felt good car felt good where it is, so we'll just go from there.
Obviously, points very important for you today. You currently sit third in the championship. Is there any particular strategies that you know of personally for chasing points?
No, not really.
Winning races?
Yeah, probably, but yeah, we'll see.
How about a quick thanks for your sponsors as well?
I just thank Mum and Dad.
Awesome. Best of luck for the rest of the day, mate. Catching up down here in the pits with Dylan Petch. Dylan, time at lunch here now to sit down and think about your racing so far today. What are you reflecting on after your first race?
Just a lot of how the race went. We're pretty happy with the start. We just got to work on the middle, get the head down, tune the car up, and hopefully we can hang on to those front guys for the next race.
What sort of changes are you making to the car itself for the next race?
Couple of different changes, just making it a little bit easier to drive. It started to get a bit loose towards the end, so yeah, just tuning that up.
Obviously a huge thanks for your sponsors as well.
Yeah, I'd love to thank Racer Products. I wouldn't be here without them, Cutters Tyres and Cream Insurance.
Awesome, best of luck for the rest of the day.
Thanks, man. You have a good one.
Going to walk a little bit further down pit lane here and have a catch up with Simon Hunter if we can, if he is floating around. He's not floating around at the moment. We'll keep walking down the pit lane. As you can see on my right here, Beau Hill jumping into a new car. Obviously, he has had issues earlier on this morning, and they've managed to find a car that is currently for sale and put Beau into it. If you look on my left side here as well, Beau's original car sitting here, a very sad sight. Unfortunately, that car there had no drive earlier on this morning, so they've managed to make some changes and hopefully get Beau back out on track. So we'll catch up with him a little bit later on. Walking a little bit further down pit lane now. Not too many drivers around at the moment. They've headed back into their trailers, catch up on themselves and get some lunch and that sort of stuff into them. Of course, Alex Crosby hanging around here before him and race number 1 winner, Zach Christensen, having a bit of a catch up. Of course, Alex very happy with his first race as well. Now he just needs to reel in Christensen a little bit further. As you can see, the crew working hard on Christensen's car as well, making sure it's nice and sparkling clean for race number 2. We'll catch up with Bree Morris while she's floating around in the pits here. Bree, race number 1 under your belt. Happy with things?
Yes, we're happy with that run. We got a little bit shuffled back in the beginning, but hey, we made our way back up to 4th.
Obviously pretty fierce competitors out there at the moment. You were sitting about 5th for a while there and fighting, and those guys couldn't catch you. Feeling good?
Yeah, it really did feel good. I think I even went back further than 5th at one point. I was a little bit worried for myself in that.
How's the car feeling? Of course, a couple of things out there. Some drivers complaining about issues with the car, handling issues and that sort of stuff. Are you happy?
Yeah, the car feels amazing. There's maybe those little few minor things that we can maybe touch up, but it's nothing like major.
Awesome. Obviously a huge word for your sponsors again.
Yeah, massive shout out to my sponsors, Napa Auto Parts, and yeah, everyone. Thanks, mate. Thanks heaps.
Awesome. Best of luck for the next one.
Thank you.
A little bit further down pit lane. I'm unsure if Liam is around at the moment. This is Liam Skeets, of course, the current leader going into this round of the New Zealand Formula Ford Championship. He is parked up in his trailer. We'll grab him. He's going to pop out and have a quick yarn to us. Liam Keats, race number 1, under your belt. You're leading the points leading into this round here. How are you feeling?
Yeah, good. It's good to be here at Ruapuna. Obviously it hasn't started how we wanted to start out, but hopefully we get it running good and can strive for wins.
Awesome. There's a few cars on track. How about a quick word for your sponsors?
Yeah, big thanks to John Andrew Ford, Pro Drill Limited, James Kirkpatrick Group, Hampton Downs Academy, and Fastmaster Enterprises.
Awesome. Thanks, mate.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Corbin. Now it's time for the Rennsport Saloons.
Yes, indeed. Rennsport, of course, being German for sporting. RS, all the RS cars that had it was standing for Rennsport, I understand. So anyway, yes, indeed, it was started a few years ago by a little group of people who had BMWs, and then it was German only, and then they said, well, let's make it continental Rennsport, and hoping that there'd be cars other than German arrive, and I didn't think they'd been all that great. So, I mean, it opened up the door for people such as people who wanted to drive Italian cars and such. But however, no, we've still got an amazing field of BMWs, Porsches, there's a Mercedes-Benz 500 in there, but mainly BMWs and Porsche, Archie. So, but of course the difference in basically the difference in speed between the E30s, which is its own little class, and the front runners and big BMWs and stuff is totally different. Bit of an example of, I think it's sort of a hot New Zealand, or should I say Canterbury Northwest day.
22.2 degrees it is out there on the track. We had the wind speed up before for those at home. Yeah, and we've also seen...
We've been watching the aircraft coming in all day, and they're coming in at some very strange angles. There's a lot of wind above the Ruapuna Mike Pero Motorsport Park. But anyway, down below here, we've got a fair bit of action for you.
I can already see now he's managed to park himself up down at Euromark, but I couldn't quite see which number that was. I don't know if you know who that was there, Rob. Someone's had an early retirement.
Which is very sad, really, but we'll pick him up shortly. He has sort of hidden behind the Euromark sign. So as we see the big differential in power and speed and times, and also to a degree experience, I guess. There's people like David Proud and Jeff Lusky and Stuart Callaway and Marcus Stewart. Those are names that have been around this class and classic motor racing for a long, long time. Fair bit of prestige as well with the Rennsport, the Continental Rennsport, and then the E30s, of which there's about 10 of the little devils, and they have a wonderful time. Marcus Stewart comes in the to line up. He's way up the front compared to the shot that we're getting at home at the moment. The story of shuffle your way up to the front, and then you haven't been sitting while everything has been cooling down. Coming up on the outside of your picture, you can see Proudy. Car number 86 taking the second position.
I do just have to say, I absolutely love car 84, which is Rick Lamb's Rothman 911. That is just a gorgeous wee car, isn't it?
Can't argue with that one. Can't argue with that one at all. So there you are, the grid is formed up. Just to let you know, on position is Russell Mackenzie and his Porsche number 9, but we'll talk about him shortly once we get the lights up.
Next to him is David Proud. Then behind them is Jeff Lusky and Stuart Callaway. And lights out.
BMW is getting swamped by the Porsche.
4 abreast down the main straight.
That's an amazing drift of the top 4 cars. In fact, make it 5 because Marcus Stewart in the blue Porsche's tucked right in behind him, and that was an adrenaline rush like you wouldn't believe as they go through Abbott Insurance for the first time and stream their way down towards what's now known as Link, which is actually quite a tighter corner than you'd ever think. Then there's a big dip in the track. As you can see, the cars going down through the dip and coming back up again, but it looks very much as though it's Callaway that's going to be leading them through the Euromark hairpin. So watch for those Porsches. We'll talk a bit more about the E30s once we get further down the track, but at this stage it is definitely all Porsche out front. There's one BMW in the top group. So down through the Carousel, it's one of those sort of corners that just keeps coming at you, down into the short straight, door handle to door handle, a case of will you give me room? No, I will not. Pressure on because these guys have still got cold tyres, remember. And this will be the first of 8 laps. Down onto the front straight for the first time. Very, very close for the main runners. And it's Stuart Callaway from Jeff, Rusky from Proudy, from Russell Mackenzie. And then come back to Marcus Stewart. So you can see there that there's a couple of BMWs in the mix, but Porsches are definitely the ones that are holding their own as they come down through once again. Down in towards the Link corner, down onto that short race track with a big dipper. And then very, very late braking as they're coming into Euromark hairpin.
David Proud is just making moves all over Jeff Lusky down just before Euromark there. I'd say his front bumper was almost touching Jeff Lusky's back.
That's the main four antagonists. There's a gap back to the blue car of Marcus Stewart, which we're not actually seeing because the gap is already that big. Down into the carousel again. Once again coming down very, very tight for the right-hander. And Lusky's done it. Lusky will take the lead, and wow, you cannot, supposedly you cannot, it's not recommended that you go through that quarter two at a time.
An attempt was made. An attempt was made.
And luckily it didn't end in tears.
Oh, here we go.
Lusky's opened out quite a lead already from Proud, from Callaway and from Mackenzie. And they've dropped the next place getter, which is the blue car of Marcus Stewart, well back. Just a flash of blue in the background there. Down into the hairpin, and once again this is going to be where a lot of the late braking is going to be done. Side by side they come down. Oh, beautiful move.
Gorgeous.
Which basically drops Callaway behind. So that's Russell Mackenzie who's just made the move at the hairpin. I tell you what, this is the equivalent of a club day. You know, I mean, let's just have Mag and Turbo put on a day of grassroots racing.
Good racing.
And we really enjoy sharing it with all our live stream friends and companies. So once again we come back to the leaders. Just a puff of dust as the corner is cut. So Lusky from Proud, from Callaway, from Mackenzie. The leader goes through, and that leaves only 4 laps to go. He's opened up a nice looking gap, so the difference is 2.3 seconds. So I think you would suggest that he'll be feeling quite comfortable out the front.
Have you just put the commentator's curse on him there, Rob?
Yeah, I probably have. Proudy, who actually finished the last race with a cloud of smoke coming out the back, we figured that it was probably a tyre rather than a motor, especially when you look at the times that he's doing and how he's doing it. Starting to lap some of the E30s, they've got their own race. And we're 3.5 laps to go, and you can see the speed differential of the front cars as they start to lap the E30s. E30s, incidentally, is a very nice way of getting involved with this class of racing. You could buy a car for under $10,000 and go out and race it, and a set of tyres will last you for a season and a half. If you're kind to them, it'll be 2 seasons. So that's Prouder, who's sitting in second spot at the moment, leading Mackenzie. The first place getter, Lusky, is looking very, very comfortable out the front. So it'll be 3 laps to go when they come over the start-finish line next. It doesn't take very long when you're doing times of 1:32s.
No.
Does it? It's a lovely shot of some of the E30s that we've been talking about. As I said, a very, very economical way to A, get into car racing, and B, to do it. Compared to the budgets that you'll be needing if you're Mr. Lusky, for example, you could probably do a season for what he spends on a weekend. But that's all part of car racing, I guess. There he is again, beautiful drive, absolute perfection. If you put a stone on the track, you would find that he would miss it by an 1/18 of an inch every time he went past it. And as I said that, he just mounted a curve. That's Marcus Stewart who's been around Ruapuna a lot of times and basically sort of more of a classic car driver, but thoroughly enjoying his time out here with Continental Westport. The Stewart family, of course, very, very well known. Fastest lap incidentally goes to Jeff Lusky with a 1:32.6 as we watch Marcus Stewart. He's sitting at the moment in 5th place. So a good run by him. There's Proudy, who's in 2nd spot. Absolutely nothing he can do to peg back the leader. And these guys, nothing really happens. You don't have a high-speed incident in an E30, but you still do have incidents, I guess. And together in that class, you have a lot of very close racing, as you can see at the Euromark hairpin, try to outbrake each other and go nose to tail, and very often door handle to door handle.
Now, Rob, because we've got 2 races happening at once right now, don't we?
We do.
Yeah. So you've got we're obviously for the folks at home that are watching the main
Hinton and Knowles fight.
But we've also got in the E30 specifically, you've got Roger Young, John Burt and Andy French who are leading their race within this whole
exactly. So
race.
Yeah, you're right. There's two classes, and they're both running for their own points and their own fun. Look at the body roll of those cars as they're coming through the corners. I mean, these things are stock standard BMW E30s with a roll bar compared to the stability and the race breeding of that Porsche. It's John Cottier's old car, the car number 34. That's in the hands of Marcus Schelp at the moment. Marcus Schelp has been around BMWs and Porsches for a long, long time. And once again, the speed differential as we come through with the last lap board being held out for a race leader. And you can, as I said, this really does show you the differential in speed and lap times. It's nice to see Marcus Schelp out there in a car that's which you wouldn't normally see him in.
Right.
Because he's normally driving the latest high-tech stuff. Jeff Lusky, who's got the fastest lap of the day.
David Proud's just starting to put on a bit of pressure actually for Jeff Lusky now, isn't he?
Yeah, Hardy has, but a bit of slow traffic, I think, Archie, and it depends where you catch them and whether they're actually concentrating on the blue flags or not.
Yeah.
Round the outside of the E30 in the hands of Schelp. So mixing it up, the fast and the not so fast. The checkered flag this time as one of the E30s goes wide. I looked at the mirror and all he could see was Proudy, and I think he just sort of suddenly thought, well, it's got to get very noisy very quickly, and it did. He dropped a couple of wheels off. So down onto the front straight for the last time, it's Jeff Lusky. Very, very nice run from him. David Proud will be next with a gap of 1 second, .008.
And I'm sure we'll have the results board come up as more cars come back through. And just rounding off the end of that race, you have in P1 Jeff Lusky, followed by David Proud, Russell McKenzie, Stuart Callaway in number 4, Marcus Stewart number 5, Steve Howell in number 6, Andy Milne in that lovely wee Mercedes in 7th. Coming in 8th, Jason Patterson, 9, Rick Lamb, and rounding off your top 10 is Ashlyn White. And then for the E30s, it is Andy French. Oh, no, sorry, no. We've got it right. It's from the look of it, John Burt from our screen, then Roger Young, Andy French, and David Jockman, and Martin Denton for the top 5 for the Rennsport E30s.
Well, here we have it, race fans. Race number 2 of the Napa Auto Parts New Zealand Formula Ford Championship. Christensen, Crosby right up the front. Who's going to take this one here out? Points are crucial to taking out this title. All the action coming up right here on the Pits Media, live from Mike Pero Motorsport Park, Ruapuna Raceway.
Well, this is what we've come to see. Apart from some of the beautiful racing we've had out here already from the saloons. But this, of course, is the weekend of the championship for the New Zealand Formula Fords. Good. So Yokohama Tyres and Napa are the two major sponsors for this class of racing. And thank you very much indeed to all the sponsors who are involved with the Formula Fords. We've got Napa, obviously. We've also got the trust that Tony Quinn's doing. He's got a whole lot of money that he's putting towards it as well. So
helping some of those teams get down from up north.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So that's very good. And of course, locally we've got Team Hutchison Ford, and once again to Gary Jackson, who knows more about Ford than Henry would have ever expected anyone in person to know.
Especially Kiwi.
Especially Kiwi. So there we are. We're looking at 10 laps. This is the second race. The third race for them will be another 10 laps. It's later this afternoon. And then the finale, just before 4 o'clock, will be a 12-lapper. And just remember that we've got all sorts of good points for grabs. Sitting on the starting grid, car number 21, which is Zach Christensen. And then we've got Alec Crosby sitting next to him, and you can see them there sitting very quietly. The 30-second board comes out. So we'll be having the lights very, very shortly. 10 laps of Formula Ford action. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 red lights. No red lights. Let's go racing. Car number 41 is Alex Crosby. He gets a fly, but Zach Christensen takes it away from him as fast as you can say it as they stream down into first corner, which is Abbott Insurance. Round they come. Everybody's holding their breath with cold tyres and red mist. They'll get through quite safely, and already they're starting to sort themselves out. I think you'll see that Zach Christensen, who is now, I think, probably leading as far as the points are concerned, and he's not leading, but he's definitely in with a very, very good chance. Rounds through the hairpin for the fast time, and yes, it had to happen. Zach Christensen went a wee bit wide, and literally there wasn't enough black stuff for everybody to get through, and the obvious drama unfolded very quickly.
Oh, and someone else is off as well.
There's the replay of the situation. I think it must be like ice out there with these cold tyres with these guys, because there's a lot more action than you would normally get in the first lap of 10 laps. So that's actually Alex Crosby who's leading by quite a bit, which basically means that Zach Christensen was the one who came off. And in fact, he is now right at the very back of the field, and boy, is that going to put a cat amongst the pigeons when it comes to the points. Very, very exciting racing for these Formula Fords. So let's have a quick look at them as they cross the line. It's Crosby from Bree Morris, who's sitting in second spot. Liam Skeets is next, and then Dylan Petch in the blue car. So that's really has shuffled the pack very, very dramatically. you really wouldn't have expected that if you'd sort of said 10 minutes ago what the order would be after one lap, you certainly wouldn't have come up with Zach Christensen at the very back.
Not at all. And you got Brie Morris actually sitting with the fastest time of a 1:36 out of this pack just after the first lap.
And that's, she is getting better and better and better
as the day goes on.
As the day goes on, yeah. So Crosby is sitting there very, very comfortable, thank you very much indeed, in car number 41. And in the keep an eye out on the Napa Auto Parts car, which, as you said, is sitting in second spot there with Brie Morris. What a buzz, eh? To be right up there like that. Liam Skeets also within shooting distance.
Oh, and Zach Christensen is fully off now. Just
yes,
going
yes,
fun. Yep.
Yep. So obviously a very major problem for him. He is going to come round to the pits. So the front right, is it?
Yep. We've got Lindsay Kerr with us right now, and he's just saying that Zach was pointing at his right front wheel axle.
Okay, so it may have done some damage when, because there was a fair bit of a tangle as they came around through Euromark Hairpin for the first time. So that's obviously where he went wrong. Then he came off again. You'll remember, not very far down the track from there. So obviously handling problems. Back in the pits, but he's still got 2 more races to get some major points. But that will cost him very, very dearly. Also means that Liam Skeets is looking pretty comfortable as well to take out the New Zealand Championship. So down they come once again through that short straight before the S's. Crosby for Morris from Skeets. That's the 3.
They're just starting to pull away a bit more now, aren't they?
Yeah, but I tell you what, Bree's actually right on it. And considering that she was a mid-runner during qualifying, and now she's sitting in second spot and doing very, very well. Thank you very much. Further back, you can see the dice there, the car and the mould of cutters of Shane Drake, who goes slightly wide, and that's enough of an invitation for a couple of them to come through. Shane's, gosh, when did Shane, he's been around for so long, it's unbelievable. He
94, 95.
1994, 95. I mean, what are we now? 22.
Yep.
So, yeah, that's how long Shane Drake has been out there racing. Here, that's him in the car, in the Marlborough Colours car. And as I said, it's he and that car have done a lot of miles around Ruapuna and around a lot of other circuits. Looking nice, aren't they? Especially that car suits very much, I think, the colour scheme of Marlborough, even though it may not be politically correct to advertise Gaspers, but however. So that's Petch, Drake and Manson, who you've got on your screen at the moment. Dylan Petch is doing very, very well in the blue car. He's pretty much new boy to the block.
Just sorry, Rob, but Brie and Liam are going sort of side by side right now, going just before onto the main straight, and he has gotten in front.
There we go, but that's...
And here she goes. Might try and take him on turn 1.
Sorry, what were you saying, Archie?
Oh, just this battle between these two here.
Very Morris goes and says, you're not going to tell me that I've got to drop to the 3rd spot. I'm back up in the 2nd spot. And that's great. I'm thrilled that we're actually onto these cars at the moment, because just look at them. They're right on the very edge of traction, those two. You could forget about Crosby because he's having his own race. Morris goes slightly wide. Skeets comes back through, so watch these two again as they come down through the left and rights. Oh, this is amazing. Look at the times that you've got. Lap 2, lap 3, lap 4. The times are just so close between Skeets and Morris. You sort of just want to just watch this for the rest of the day. Car number 40's just come out of the pits, incidentally. That's Josh Andrews. He's the day who's been spinning most of the day, but he's okay again. Skeets, now just remember that Skeets is sitting in the lead of this championship at the moment, and he's sitting in second spot, but all over him and in his rear vision mirror all he can see is Brie Morris. There's your leader. Fastest time is Brie Morris, 1:31 dead. What a superb bit of motor racing here at Ruapuna Park. You could just about sense the tension in both of those cars as our leader goes through. Andrew Crosby looking terribly relaxed. That's where the drama is in second and third, and further back in third, in fact, is Scott. Fourth, I should say, is Scott. So. He is likely to sneak up a wee bit on those second and third place getters. Jack Acton Adams in the pink and white car. As I said, traditionally he's driven a black car, but he's gone sort of pink and white for this meeting, and tucked in behind him is Shane Drake, the very seasoned Formula Ford racer. It's interesting, having a look at the gap, it's about 1.5 seconds between first and second, which gives you a pretty good idea of the speeds that these guys are doing. It's the threesome, that's Petch, Noble Adams and Potter.
Ray Morris still doing the fastest time.
Yeah,
with a
1:30.8. Now look at this going very, very wide as Shane Drake. The other two very tucked in. There's a lot of demon braking. Shane Drake goes round the outside of Jack Adams and tucks in behind Petch. So that's that's what you get with Formula Ford racing at Mike Pero Motorsport Park. I can tell you it is absolutely amazing in these Formula Fords. All a little. 0.1 of a second in difference. Isn't that incredible? Just looking down there, car number 40 is a drive-through penalty, and that drive number 40 is Josh Andrew. He's having a weekend from hell.
And just while we were focusing on old Shane Drake there, Brie Morris managed to take back second place, I think, from the look of it. Yep, there's the Napa car.
It's once again, you could throw a detail over the pair of them, couldn't you? You really could. Brie Morris, what an amazing lady. Zach Christensen, the fastest lap, is now down to 1:30.6, so that's 0.2 of a second quicker than Brie Morris. Wheel to wheel as they go into the Abbott's corner.
Shane Drake squeezes his way up to 6th.
What do you think that 94-95 was the year that he won it? Unbelievable. But just look at these two. Look how much trust they have in each other. They're coming through the hairpin, and that's very, very tight. They give each other room. Morris gets the advantage coming out of there at this stage. Skeets in the John Andrews Ford car, tucked right in behind them. Heading up in along the front straight quite a bit because it's a headwind.
Yep. So Rob, obviously you're more experienced with this track than I am. What How does the wind sort of play into how the cars are being affected right now?
Going along the front straight quite a bit, because you've got a headwind and the northwest winds in Canterbury are very strong. Down the back, after you go through the dipper and head down towards the hairpin, you've got a tailwind, and even though these cars are very small and very slippery as it comes to aerodynamics, they still pick up a fair bit of wind through the centre bit. Yes, it does affect you because you get a gust of wind hitting your side, and your line, because they're so nimble and so light, it certainly can change you quite dramatically when you're not expecting it. So there is no real part of the circuit that you're not going to be affected in some way or another. The times down the front straight, the 700 metre front straight here at Mike Pero, certainly is, you're literally pushing it into the wind, and it's going to make it very good if you can be close enough, as you can see there with Shane Drake, for slipstreaming, because you can tuck in behind, and the car in front, as in Dylan Petch at the moment is doing as well, is having to is basically breaking that wind and bringing you in behind and literally giving you a tow right the way through. So in answer to your question, Archie, a lot.
Right.
So the last lap board is being prepared, and it's going to be a very, very easy race, I think, for our race leader, as in Alex Crosby.
And who's that's just slipped into third? Yeah, Skeets is dropping now. Is that Leo Scott that's just taken him? Yes, it is.
So Bree Morris is going to be the one who's going to be having plenty of sugar in her tea when they stop for afternoon tea, because she's at the moment is in second spot and doing very nicely indeed. Thank you very much. So this is the last lap. Still got 2 more races to go, so there's plenty of opportunity for points. Zach Christensen has done a 1:30. So whatever his problem with his front right has been fixed.
Very slow car down the main straight. Who is that? That's
car number 21.
Zach Christensen.
Car number 21, Zach Christensen, who's just set the fastest lap and pulls open right in front of our start-finish line. So he he won't get class as a finisher. He won't get class as a finisher.
Oh, that's
and
a bit
it
rough.
Could well bring out the safety car, because he's parked right where he shouldn't be, or is they're going to let it happen with yellow flags, perhaps. Zach Christensen, what a way to finish that race. Set the fastest lap time and then finished literally on the start-finish line.
Oh no.
There's our checkered flag for Alex Crosby. Huge day
for Bree Morris.
For Bree Morris. Then come back to Liam Skeets. Leo Scott will be next. And then you've got young Petch, Noble Adams and Shane Drake. Simon Hunter goes through, and you would have expected him to be further up, especially as he was 6th in the points coming into this meeting. And then Potter, Robert Toshak, and he's been around about as long as motor cars have been. Unofficial results then.
There we go. Starting off, we've got Alex Crosby, who managed to win that. Then we've got a great drive from Bree Morris in P2. Liam Skeets in 3. 4, Leo Scott. 5, Dylan Petch. Number 6 was Jack Noble Adams. Good job from Shane Drake in number 7. 8, Simon Hunter. 9, Mason Potter. And rounding off your top 10 with Robert Tushak.
Bo Hill is going to be in 11th spot in the borrowed car that he borrowed off Gary Love. And then Zach Christensen, who didn't finish in the points at all, nor did Josh Andrew or Seb Manson in car number Swazenberg.
Down here in the pits with the winner of that race there, Alex Crosby, his first ever race win in a Formula Ford car. You've got to be stoked with that.
Yeah, it's good to get first win, but sucks it was just at the end of the season. Would have been better to get first win earlier, but yeah, stoked with that.
Talk us through what you saw in the accident down the end there with Zach Christensen. Obviously, it was enough for you to slide past. What actually happened?
So I think those two, Hunter and Christensen, just had a wee coming together, and I managed to pop through just without hitting anything, and yeah.
Awesome. Quick word for your sponsors.
Mum, Dad for helping with everything, Motorsport Solutions, and Yokohama and Ford for sponsoring the series.
Awesome. Thanks heaps, mate.
Thank you.
Going to try and grab Zach Christensen if we can, just very quickly while he is here. Zach Christensen, a race to forget, mate. Tell us what happened out there.
Yeah, it was a bit of a shame. I got into the lead of the start, which I was happy with. Went into turn one, and I hit the brakes, and both fronts locked, and the brake pedal went straight to the floor, had no brakes. And then I gave it a few pumps before going to the hairpin, went to the hairpin, still no brakes, went straight into another driver, unfortunately, also sort of ruining his race. And then eventually the brakes came back for some random reason. And then I was having gearbox issues, car wouldn't go into gear, so had to unfortunately park it up on just before the last lap.
You put in a very, very quick lap as well before that last one there. Obviously your crew now, they've got a bit of work to do before the next one.
Yeah, definitely got a few things to get sorted, so hopefully my team can sort that out.
Awesome, we'll let you get back to it. Thanks, mate.
Well, here we go again with some more important racing, and I say important because it's going to have you on the edge of your seats, I can tell you.
Good on you, Rob. Well said. There's quite a big field here of the
huge field
club saloons. A great assortment of cars here, ranging from Pierre Mingham's 105e Anglia, Graham Crowsittle MX-5 to the 323 to Lewis Lowe's V8 powered Datsun 240Z.
The old 24 ounce, eh?
Indeed, the Honda Civics.
And it's a reverse grid. So the slowest will be off the front and the quickest obviously off the back. And the idea is that they'll all arrive at the start-finish line, having completed 6 laps, and everybody will go home and have a great picnic.
After the next race, Rob.
There is another race. So there's the back of the field, all quietly staggered. Next flag drop. A couple of MX-5s in there you'll see, and the MX-5s, it's interesting that they're classed as a saloon. They basically don't even bother putting the hardtop on, but they need a category to race in, so here we are with them racing with the saloons. Once again, a real mixture of different cars. Look at the ankle that the MX-5 as he heads off down towards the dipper. Getting pretty noisy at the front start-finish line at the moment because of the cars heading off out, but an MX-5 in your picture which is going very, very nicely. Thank you very much indeed. MX-5, that's actually Graham Crow in the silver one that's done a lot of work around Ruapuna.
Rob, one of the features we like about this type of racing is that we've become so used to a diet of one mark racing, haven't we, over the years?
Yep, we have.
And so it is nice to have this sort of all-in-together type of racing.
So basically, as I think we said earlier in the day, Lindsay, if it's got a roll bar or roll cage and a steering wheel, you can race it. You know, I mean, it's basically all comers.
Yeah,
which is good.
The safety aspect, of course, but apart from that, you're quite right, Rob. That's what it's all about.
And ideal for days like the Mag and Turbo. I was going to say club days, but it's more than a club day now. But
it's where you start, really. I mean, with saloon car racing, this is where you start.
You can see them once again that they just remembering that the fast drivers are at the back of the field, and their job is to work their way through the traffic. Is the beautifully painted little car of the Phillips. It's always looks very, very smart. And once again, it's a bit of an opportunity for the slower drivers to have their moment in the sun, isn't it, really? But chaos as they're heading down towards the what we call the Abbott Insurance. 700 metres of as fast as you can go up through the gears, and then a massive amount of braking to go through two very tight corners, really. One's a lot tighter, the second one is a lot tighter than the first.
Now, if Darryl Phillips can get that car of his to going, he could be hard to beat. It's the second of the black Honda Civics.
That's the one we were talking about, the black with the gold on.
He had a terrible run, whereas Daniel Kropp, we all know what that thing of his can do. Won the last race by
33 seconds.
Something like that.
It's that Holden Commodore has got a lot of history from across the Tasman in the supercar racing.
Well, the paintwork has. Or is that car for real?
That's car, I think, if it's not the car, it's definitely a very good replica, Lindsay.
Yeah.
So,
good point.
The Mobile One. By the time we actually tell you who's doing what, they've either been passed by two cars or have passed themselves three. But anyway, there are. Look at that little Anglia of sitting quietly in the middle of that's car number 47, which of course is Piers. And as you try to catch them up on the board, he's dropped about 7 places in one go.
But it's still Nick Elton in the Celica who holds a small lead out in front, and he'll be making the most of it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Darryl Phillips, as you were saying, is up into second spot, so we'll keep an eye out on him.
Yeah,
as he comes into view.
In fact, for the last 2 meetings, he's had issues with that car. I just wonder how quick it really is. I mean, so far he's doing a good job.
Yeah, Randall Diggs, I think, is going to be the one in that big Holden Commodore that we've been showing you. But yeah, it's really so many different races within a race, and that's the wonderful thing about handicap racing. Watching the different speeds and the different lines that they have to use, because of course when you're passing, as we've just been watching as we speak, going 3 abreast in an area of the track that you wouldn't normally go 2 abreast, and just because you can't afford to wait for a gap, you've got to almost create a gap out of nothing if you possibly can. So Phillips for Milton, a couple of MX-5s being split there by Datsun 240Z. And I hope this encourages Lindsay Kerr, a whole lot of people, to actually get their cars that they haven't driven for a long time and to come out and have a go. And it's just really nice to see some of the old timers that are coming back out again.
Absolutely ideal, isn't it?
Yeah.
Rob, keep an eye on car 74, that RX-7 of is it Lewis Matheson? Liam Matheson. Car 74, the red RX-7.
Yep.
He didn't finish the first race. We didn't start the first race, I don't think, but he is making rapid progress, and it's going to be tough for the guys behind him to catch him, I suggest. Meanwhile, Darryl Phillips is doing a great job out in front. I don't think that car's got the mumbo of Daniel Kropp, but he's doing a darn good job in this race.
Well, it's come over the start-finish line, and this time around it'll be a couple of laps to go, and I think you'll find that his difference will be very, very hard to close. He's got nobody in front of him. Here's Liam Matheson. You would have seen the 240Z go through as well. That's Lowe, Konecki, Hugersvorst, Wilson, Mitchell, Diggs and Crow in the first of the MX5s is the rundown as you see them. There's our leader. There's nothing like gold on black to make a car look $1 million, is there?
And Daniel Kropp is looming.
He is. We shall watch Daniel Kropp at the moment in third spot, 8.5 seconds away.
And Lewis Lowe is not far behind him. Lewis doing a good job here too in the Datsun 240Z with a Chev powered V8.
This is a handicapper's nightmare is all these different cars, isn't it?
Oh,
trying to work out which one's what. There's a little... They also rans, but they're out there and we're not, Lindsay, so you've got to actually sort of quietly say that, don't you?
Oh, you do indeed. Well, Phillips is hanging on, but here comes Matheson.
He's just been taken.
Matheson right now, and Kropp is about to pounce shortly too, I think.
Yeah, his moment in the sun was shy by about 1.5 laps. So down they come for the last lap board. It'll be Matheson from Phillips, from Kropp. And I don't think that's the order that they will finish in, because I think your mate Kropp is very, very fast. Then come back to on a lonely situation is Mr. Lowe.
So he'll pick up.
Ounce.
Yeah, he picks up. Kropp's picked up Phillips now. Whether Matheson is too far ahead,
well, there's Matheson there.
We shall find out in the next half a lap.
No, I'd put my money on Kropp being second, but you should never ever say that sort of thing in motorsport. But yeah.
No, you shouldn't.
This is the handicap race.
Lewis Lowe looking quite comfortable in fourth place. I can't see him getting up to Phillips.
No, I don't think so either. But anyway, there's our leader. Matheson, absolutely no race of it at the moment. Here we're taking the checkered flag in case something goes very untoward. Down just got the sweeper to go.
And he'll head for home. Of course, he was a bit of an unknown because he didn't finish the first race or even start the first race.
Exactly, so he'll be very, very happy to take the checkered flag. We'll see what sort of a gap it is between he and Daniel Kropp. Difference being
6 seconds.
6 seconds. Then Phillips and then Lowe. So that was a very, very good race. Handicapper takeabout. The absolute terror for the front markers in one of these handicap races when everything is happening. Liam Matheson takes it out at car number 74. Then Daniel Kropp with a brilliant drive through to second. Darryl Phillips in car number 96 is third. Lewis Lowe in the Datsun is fourth. And then we get Elton, Malcolm and Greg Wilson in seventh. McConchie in eighth. Randall Diggs and car number 19th, and that's it. And then we come back to Ruben Adams, Tom Young, Graham Crowe in the MX5, then Mingham, Ashworth, Hicks, Poom, Kerr and Mark Meadows in the Lotus.
Well, Rob, we were talking about lap records before, and in particular the lap records here at Ruapuna. And while Scott Dixon has the quickest official lap record, which dates back to the Formula Holden days, the unofficial best lap record, or unofficial lap record, is Liam Lawson in the Roden of a 1:11.265.
On the Roden?
With the Roden.
Down here in the pits with Liam Skeets. Liam, a third place finish in the last one. Their car's looking good. How are you feeling though?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm happy with the car. We've got a slight issue, but we are working on fixing it for the next one.
Obviously going into this round here, round number 2 of the New Zealand Formula 4 Championships, you were leading things. You've obviously got to be sitting pretty good on the points still. Do you have any idea how things are looking?
I'm not sure. I know Zach was close to me after race 1, but yeah, something unfortunate happened in race 2, so I have no idea where we sit, but I presume still first.
Any strategy changes for yourself for the next race?
No, I just keep banking the points. I don't want no dramas, no DNFs, so yeah.
Quick word for your sponsors as well.
Yeah, big thanks to John Andrew Ford, ProDrill Limited, James Kirkpatrick Group, Hampton Down New Zealand Racing Academy, and Fastmaster Enterprises.
Awesome, best of luck, mate.
Thank you.
Going to grab Joshua Andrew now as well if we can. He's just in the pits here, working on his car a little bit. He had a bit of a rough last race, so we'll catch up with him about that. He's just making a couple of wee adjustments. So Joshua Andrew, obviously a drive-through penalty in the late stages of that one there. Tell us a little bit about what happened.
Oh, it's just a bit of an unfortunate one. Came in, car was smoking, so I thought I'd get the crew to have a quick look at it. They said, fine, go back out. And as I went out, they saw the smoke and, yeah, gunned it a bit too early. Got the pit lane penalty for speeding, unfortunately. Don't have a speed readout in the dash. So, yeah, it's just an unfortunate one. Just got to use what I've got. But, yeah, we're looking forward to race 3. To get these issues out of the car, and we should be good. We had a good 3 or 4 laps right at the start. We overtook quite a few cars. So yeah.
We were just talking off mic just a moment ago. Tell us a little bit about your car. Obviously, that car is owned by a bunch of shareholders.
Yeah, that's correct. So there's about 12, 14 shareholders. They all invested into this car. It was supposed to be a have a go car to try and get drivers into this class, and they converted it into a scholarship car. At the end of that, so I'm the first recipient of that, so it's pretty cool. So yeah.
How about a quick word for your sponsors?
Yeah, huge thanks to mum and dad, Luke, Josh, and then Cassidy Construction, Ward Demolition, Northern Roofs, Grimmer Concrete Cutting, Octa Project Management, and MCB Plumbing. Huge thanks to them. We wouldn't be here without them.
Awesome, thank you very much. Let's get back onto the action on track here, right here in Christchurch at the Mike Pero Motorsport Park.
Car 105.
All looks quiet and peaceful, doesn't it? Ready to go. That wind's getting up.
Yeah, I think I saw just on the screen before, it's about 18.5 k's.
Oh, it's gusty then.
Gusty and dusty as well, actually is.
Yes, bit of dust on the outfield here. Oh! Neil Kay loved the start, took too early there.
Yeah, he'll be dropping right
So
now.
right, the E30s are away. Now we'll wait for Christmas lunch before we start oh no, here we go. The gap is not that big.
Oh, good stuff from Andy Mellon there.
Yeah, and the big Mercedes.
And he's off.
That'd be like driving a whale, wouldn't it?
Oh, most definitely. Big German whale.
Big German whale, have to have big arms to drive that.
Oh, and someone's, there's a bit of a spin. Just on links.
There is. Here we go. Next group away. Marcus Stewart and the poor Stuart Callaway there, leaving the fast 3 at the back. That's given Stuart Callaway quite a fair margin on those guys, because Stewart was actually quite competitive with these next guys, which is.
And then just the replay just then was the spin links just before. So Rob was mentioning before, Lindsay, that these E30s, they're quite an accessible class to get into. Yeah.
Extremely. I'm not sure how many are around now. I don't see many of them on the road anymore. Car 19, time penalty, car number 19 being... Neil Kay in the E30.
That was quite an early start. Andy Mill doing a 147 in the big German whale, as we're now calling it. And now Stuart Callaway doing a 136. And those times will just keep getting faster as our groups come through. David Proud doing a 135. Oh, and someone, is that a bonnet open?
It is. It's one of the E30s.
Car number 94.
That's Andy French in the E30.
And for those of you at home, you've got a great wee little tussle going on right now with Andy Milne in car number 55 and car number 91. There's just a nice wee group there. Oh! Who is that? That's...
Someone's gone around and they're stationary. No, they're away again.
A few spins in this race now.
Yeah, these guys have been mixed up a lot sooner than I thought they would be. Bearing in mind it's a 7-lap race and we're only into lap 3.
And just down at the straight as well, there's been another spin.
Well, we have. It's one of the orange
Beamers, the E30. Yeah, Andy French. Oh, he looked like he had to move for a little bit. I think that was Travis Hibbs who had the wee spin just before at the start of the straight.
Okay, well, we still have E30s out in front, but your favourite car's making good inroads there, Archie.
Well, the German whale.
The German whale's doing a good job. So was Patterson, Jason Patterson in the car 9, the 325. He's doing a good job too. He's right in amongst it there. So it's John Burt will cross it over for the third lap, I mean.
So currently on lap 3 of this race, we've got Burt, Milne, and Jochum as our top 3.
You recovered yourself. We had the nor'wester blow through the commentary box here.
If the wind's affecting the box, then it certainly will be affecting the races out on the track.
Yeah.
New fastest lap from Russell McKenzie, doing a 132.4. That's car number 9. Yeah, so that was just what you saw on the screens there for those at home, with Stuart Callaway managing to take Andy Milne and also now the lead of this race. And the Porsche Cayman, the only Cayman on the track today.
Stuart Callaway and the Porsche Cayman. A sort of a sporting edition apparently in Germany. Not the colourful thrusting 911 GT3s. Next level down, but a very nice car and a very competitive car too.
Now that looks like quite a good battle between cars. And he's just gotten through cars 5 and 86. Which is Proud and Steve Howell.
I tell you what, Archie, Andy Milne and that big Mercedes are doing a darn good job there.
Most definitely.
Jason Patterson is in car 91 is closing. Patterson in the 325. 2 laps to go.
Now is David Proud going to be able to get past Howell here on the straight? Yes, he is.
Well, yes.
Let's see if he'll hold it.
Probably will be able to.
It's a fast car, that.
Yeah.
Very fast car. That puts him now up into P5.
Trying to hoover up Marcus Stewart, but Stewart has the advantage still as they exit the turn 1.
And there's our race leader, Stuart Callaway in the car. And Proud makes quick work of, is that Burt? No, of Stewart.
Yeah, Marcus Stewart, the 964 Porsche, yes. Stuart Callaway with a handy lead now. Andy Milne still hanging on in there. Last lap board now will be showing for Callaway. Look,
6-second difference between Callaway and Milne.
And David Proud now is slotted into 3rd spot, and he'll be chasing Milne all the way home now. So it's Stuart Callaway from Andy Milne, from David Proud, Marcus Stewart, and Steve Howell, number 05, the 318 E30. Then Jason Patterson and Russell McKenzie.
Proud is about to make a move on Milne, and he gets around him just before Euro mark.
I'd say Marcus Stewart will get to him as well. But
we'll see how good his defending is.
Yeah. I don't think they'll swoop up Stuart Callaway though. Stewart enters the sweep of the S's for the last time. We'll head off down the back straight with no one around him. And Marcus Stewart has now taken 3rd spot off Andy Milne.
Checker flag, Stuart Callaway.
Crowdy will grab second from Marcus Stewart, and it's like Andy Milton's going to hang out for third place over Steve Howe.
Fourth place.
Jason Patterson.
You can, for those of you at home, you can see just that wind is it's just it's making a bit of a difference. You can see the banners waving in the background. We've got a bit of camera shake, and that's just shows that there will be having an effect on these drivers at home.
Another great clash between Roger Young and Mark Denton in the E30s, and I think this time Roger Young has grabbed it. Yes, he has by under about a tenth of a second.
And just rounding up that race, we've got Stuart Callaway took the win there, and then followed closely by David Proud, Marcus Stewart, Andy Milne in the big German whale in P4, Steve Howell P5, Russell McKenzie 6, Jason Patterson 7, John Burt 8, Roger Young 9, and Mark Denton rounding off our top 10.
Okay, that brings us to the end of that race. We have one more from these guys later on. Our next race is the third race for the NZ Formula Ford Championship.
We're live in pit lane with Bo Hill. Bo, a interesting day for yourself. You've got out of your car, you're now racing a completely different car. What happened to yours?
So in the first practice run this morning, we broke the pretty much the main shaft, and after that it had no go.
So you're lucky enough to have a second car for yourself to get into. What are the big differences between the two?
Well, it's just not my car. I'm not used to it quite yet, but we're slowly getting there, yeah.
Obviously, here in Christchurch, for those of you watching at home, the wind has really picked up. It's quite windy at the moment, and it's slowly dying down. How much does this play into the game of what you guys are doing out on track? Does it affect it?
Yeah, definitely. It's big with the slipstream of you try to get in behind the other cars.
Awesome. How about a quick thank you for your parents and those ones that support you?
Yeah, just big thanks to Mum and Dad and Mark Butchard. Without them, we wouldn't be here.
Awesome, thank you very much. Going to head down pit lane just a little bit further, catch up with Jack Noble Adams, who is down here as well. Jack Noble Adams, not bad results for you today, mate. You've got to be pretty happy with how you're going out on track.
Yeah, it's going pretty well. We've had a few issues with the car. It's still overheating a little bit, but I think I'll just stay in the clean air and we'll hope to keep it cool, and it should be going okay. Any changes for yourself for the next one? We've done a little bit of fiddling with the suspension, and we've redone the tappets, and hopefully that'll make it a bit nicer. I could hear a bit of tinkering behind me during that last race, so hopefully that'll go away.
Now talk us through the reasoning behind the pink car. I understand that has a very special reasoning for you.
So this season we've made the car hot pink, as well as my hair at one stage was hot pink, as part of a fundraiser for the New Zealand Breast Cancer Foundation. So we're at almost $5,000 at the moment. We're probably $200 away, and when we hit $5,000, I'm going to shave my head off and continue fundraising.
How can people donate to this cause?
So we have a link on my Facebook page, or you could go directly to takeaction.co.nz/Noble Adams Motorsport and donate there. Everything goes directly to the Breast Cancer Foundation.
Any thank yous from yourself, mate?
Just a huge thank you to the North Island, South Island and New Zealand Formula Ford clubs, Napa Auto Parts, Yokohama Tyres, and everyone who's involved with putting this meeting together.
Awesome, thanks for taking the time to talk to us.
Thank you very much.
Plenty of action to come here. The points are tight. The racing is about to get very, very hot here for the Napa Auto Parts New Zealand Formula Ford Championship.
anyway, so basically the other way around.
Okay.
So Liam Skeets is looking pretty good, and car number 41.
They're all creeping with Christensen, but he's away first. Crosby got a bit bogged down. A good start by Simon Hunter as they head into turn 1 for the first time.
Actually, I've worked out what's behind it for the crew, for the television crew and upstairs, is that we work from the bottom up, they work from the top down. So anyway, back to the racing. Let's see what's going to be happening out there, because it is very exciting. This is race 3 out of 4.
So it's Zach Christensen who takes the lead.
Now just remember that he's actually well off the points because he didn't finish the last race.
Correct. And that is...
But he's still in about
Simon Hunter's in second spot. It looks like Liam Skeets is slotted into third place, which he'll be quite happy there, I think.
I've never known of any race driver to be happy in third.
For the moment.
For the moment. Sorry, that's okay.
Lap 1, 9 to go, 9.5 to go.
Yeah, no, that's good. So as they come sweeping through once again, keep a wee eye out on the Napa car in the hands of Bree Morris. So she was in the 5th spot at the moment.
I have to say her driving has absolutely impressed us all here, hasn't it? Magnificent.
Absolutely. Clean as a whistle and fast as you can ever get. And she was second in the last race, and she's right up amongst the leaders at the moment. In fact, she's sitting in 5th spot, but look at her slipstreaming as they're coming up into the Abbott corner, and not only did she slipstream, but she also made a couple of places up as well. So yeah, she's definitely right in contention. Down in towards Link. You'll see them go through that dip. It's quite dramatic in a Formula Ford because the suspension is a very big lock up there from Skeets. Huge lock up, and that actually lets Hills through. So that's the pressure that she's putting on these other drivers who have been around for a long time. She came in with the series in 8th position, and I think she's going to go home with a bag full of points. Brilliant bit of racing.
Not surprising, she comes out of karting.
Yeah, once again.
It's certainly showing, isn't it?
Once again. I was talking to one of the boys downstairs who was saying that that karting is so incredibly important, but in fact it's become very, very expensive, and they're talking about sort of 80 to 100,000 a year budgets for to get these youngsters underway.
Goodness me.
Yeah. So and then. So the comment was actually you can buy a Formula Ford and go into classic Formula Ford.
Yeah.
What it costs you is a few cents to tyres.
Which is a good grounding too.
Very good grounding. So anyway, that's the advertisement at the moment. So there's Zach Christensen, and I'm just watching almost breathlessly as Skeets is slipstreaming Morris. There is that's Morris in 3rd spot.
I tell you what, Christensen is not getting away.
No.
In the first race, he was able to scamper away quite a bit, but this time...
in the second race, in fact, those two ended up having a wee moment at the Euromark hairpin.
Yeah, correct.
And I don't think that was all that happy when they met up in the pits later. So it's so there's a bit. I wouldn't say there's a grudge match, but I think there's a couple of points to be made if you could sort of understand where I'm hinting. Anyway, 3rd spot. Let's have a look at that. That's very, very close between Morris and Crosby.
Well, if there is any issues, it would be advisable to get rid of them.
Yeah, you're not on the track.
No, because you're not going to do yourself any favours by carrying with you behind the wheel.
And these cars are very vulnerable with their this year. It's Skeets in 4th spot, isn't it? So that's very, very vulnerable with their little wheels sticking out so far. It's not like a super saloon where you can actually bang doors and take mirrors off each other. Look at the Backers car park has just been suggested. It's very different to the Backers car park.
That's why I prefer to go to Countdown instead.
At least you're rubbing shoulders with different sort of cars. But anyway, as we're coming through into the putting another lap down behind us, we were talking 10. We've got 7 to go.
You just look at where Skeets is now, Rob, in 5th. Had Zach Christensen finished in 10th, where he got back to in that last race, would have been game on between those two.
It would have been.
As it stands now.
Oh, look at that beautiful piece of moving at the Earmark hairpin. And this is what you get with Formula Ford racing. And of course, I'm not being disrespectful about my age and others of my age, but these guys are all bulletproof. They're young and they're fit.
You're not fit.
I'm not fit.
No. In fact, I don't think
I'd fit into one.
I think between the two of us, we're nowhere near it, even with our best bits. Archie might help.
Archie's just a young commentator, and it's great to have him on board for this series. It really is.
Part of our new program, Rob.
So we're just looking at the moment at the Morris, Crosby, Skeets formation. That's them coming into view at the moment. Just tucked in below us there is Hunter, who's literally hunting down Zach Christensen. And as I said, those two did have a coming together, we understand, at the hairpin at the last race, and caused a certain amount of damage and heartache. Once again, look at this going around the outside. That's incredibly brave.
She's all bunching up. All bunching up there, Robert.
Yeah, that's Formula Ford racing at its best. Once again, we're coming back into Earmark hairpin. Just look how close these cars are. Once again, Brie Morris has worked her way through to the front. Just closes the door. It's very, very tight around through where they're going at the moment. If you get the first corner wrong, it compounds. It'll gobble you up and cause all sorts of stress. Round through the carousel they come. In the background there you can see turn 1, which is Abbott's Insurance, down a very short straight and into the first of the S's, the second of the S's. Has a look on the inside. Brie Morris
comes Crosby looking up the inside there.
And then once again, it's not just one, it's two, because we've got the 4 of them now who are all sitting there very, very close indeed. Because while you're scrapping out and out in the front, you're actually slowing down and letting the other cars do it.
Crosby setting up Brie at this stage as they go into turn 1.
Zach Christensen has just done the fastest time at a 1:30.2. Mind you, Zach's got all the room he wants, and he's got absolutely no problem because he's so far ahead he could just about stop and have a cup of tea. With Hunter, Hunter's really the only one who can.
He could do, but there wouldn't be any cucumber sandwiches though.
No, I don't think they'd have time to cut them up.
It's closer than that.
It is. So round they come again. This is where we've got the action.
And of course, meanwhile, those two out in front are being let to go because those behind, that pack of 4, are scrapping over the 3rd spot.
Yeah, and by my reckoning, 3rd is worth 60 points, 2nd is worth 67, but 1st is 75. So, if you're nowhere near 1st, just relax. But if you are looking around 3rd, 4th, and 5th, definitely points on, because from then on they start getting very, very skinny. What a freight train. Morris, Crosby, Skeets, Scott. What are we up to? We're looking at 5 laps to go, so we're about halfway.
4 laps to go, Rob, as they after they cross the line this time. 4 go.
4 and a bit. And we'll be talking about slipstream and getting into the nor'wester here.
Here we go. Here's Crosby on the outside of Brie Morris this time as they go into turn 1. I don't think he'll get by.
It's going around the outside. He's done that before. He has done it before, and he's just got away with it. Late braking, but slipstreaming in a nor'wester down that front straight is exactly what you really want to have happen, if you can, and it works so much. However,
absolutely,
just remember that there's another 4 chances for that to be done to you.
Come back at you.
Yeah, look at that. This is where the driver is, and I think you'll find that Crosby will be sitting there holding his breath, because every time he looks in the mirror, all he can see is the blue nose of the car of B. Morris.
He's got to sit in that car and be Crosby, still and brash, doesn't he?
Yep.
Still and brash. He has to get out there and have a go still.
Opening up a wee bit of a gap now.
He must.
Zach Christensen, as we said, the fastest lap at a 1:30.2. The next time is a 1:30.3, which is Simon Hunter, and 1:30.8 according to us is Bree Morris. So, yeah, I mean, Bree Morris has certainly been putting the times in. That's Zach Christensen using all the road plus a little bit of extra as he comes through, and now has 3 laps to go. I think he's just about added those 75 points to his total, which will certainly help him a lot.
Be careful, Rob.
Yeah, I won't say he'll come up here looking for me. A couple of the back markers. Car number 40 is Andrew. So we haven't seen too much of the back markers in this, but the action for 3rd, 4th and 5th is so good. I could totally understand why it'll be you who are watching all around the world who'll be wanting to watch these drivers.
Is Crosby making a little break on that?
Well, did. But B. Morris, I think you'll find, is definitely keeping him in sight.
But she's got Skeets right in her vision mirrors, all right.
And in fact, I think you'll find that they're actually starting to close up on the 1st and 2nd place getters. So it'll be interesting to see what the gap comes, because we've still got, don't forget, 2 laps to go when their leader crosses the line in a moment or 2.
Crosby definitely has a wee gap now, and he is seeing the back of Hunter a little clearer now.
And we've got the safety car sitting with its lights flashing down below us, just waiting for the word. Safety car coming out. So the safety car will close everybody right up, and we've got 1.5 laps to go. So, that would suggest
we might finish under this.
I think we might just be looking at the way they finish at the moment, which would be Zach, Hunter, Crosby, Morris, Skeets, and we'll do some basic arithmetic if that is going to be the case. There's our problem. It's car number 40. He's been having a day from hell. That's Josh Andrew.
He had a bad day, poor Josh Andrew. I think that car's not been handling very well for him at all.
No. In fact, that's why the safety car has come out. In fact, so the last lap board will come out, and Dave Stewart will pick them up and bring them home. Oh, that's a shame.
What a shame,
isn't it? Because the Napa Championship will be still pretty wide open. But Zach Christensen will pick up 75, so we've got young Archie here, who's very good at arithmetic, because he's only just left school.
He's not his modern generation. He can't be good at arithmetic.
So that would be Zach Christensen 343 plus 75. So 418, and then we look at Liam Skeets, who is 5th, so we won't worry about his points. 2nd spot Simon Hunter, who was 149, so we won't take too much to him. Alex Crosby was 282, and in 3rd spot he'll get 60 points.
All right, the safety car's about to pick up our leaders as the last lap board is shown to them. So
Rob, can you just go that through?
We are quite. We're going to see them cross the finish line as they are now, unfortunately. That's the way it goes, I'm afraid, folks. So it's Zach Christensen, car 21, Simon Hunter, car 00, Alex Crosby, car 41, Bree Morris, car 53, Liam Skeets is in 5th, car 29, Leo Scott, Seb Manson, Shane Drake, Jack Noble Adams, Bo Hill, Robert Toshak, Mason Potter and Josh Andrew. Dylan Petch did not start.
Well, just looking at some very rough arithmetic here, we reckon that Zach Christensen is now on 418 points and Alex Crosby is on 342. And Liam Skeets didn't get many points at all from that, so he would have dropped from 422. So he was up on 422. So it's still very close between Liam Skeets, Zach Christensen and Alex Crosby as we go into the last race. But that's very provisional.
Well, yeah, as I said before, going into that last lap on that second race, Christensen was in 10th spot and there's points for 10th.
Yes.
Now if he'd got something there and Skeets now to 5th, cross purposes, it could have been all tied up again.
Hopefully somebody's got to come rushing up there with some official results, so that would be absolutely fabulous.
So Dave Stewart will lead them across the line. Dave Stewart in the safety car will lead them across the line in the order that I just spelt out. So we will go to the final with it still wide open. And the last race will be over 12 laps as opposed to the 10 that we have raced the first 3 on. We have 2 more races in between. They're both of 20 minutes plus 1 lap, which is for the Club Saloons and Continental Rensborough. So we'll be back further when we've got points, hopefully, for the Formula Forwards, and we line up for those 2 races.
Just having a quick look, as you can see up on the screen for those of you around the world who are watching. Zach Christensen in first spot, then come back to Simon Hunter, Alex Crosby, Bree Morris in 4th, and what a day she's having. Liam Skeets dropping down into 5th. He's scrambling for points. Leo Scott, Seb Manson, Shane Drake up in 8th spot in that very old car. Remember that he won the championship in 94-95. Which is great to see him out there having some fun. Jack Noble Adams in 9th, and Jack Noble Adams was in fact in 4th spot coming into this round. And then Bo Hill in 10th spot, and Bo's in a borrowed vehicle. Robert Toshak in 11th, Mason Potter in 12th, 13th is Josh Andrew, who's having a day which he definitely will want to forget, and Dylan Petch rounded out the top 14 in car number 17.
Well, Zach Christensen, a bit of redemption, I guess we could say, out there, and a race winner again here at Ruapuna Park. Obviously, that's got to feel better than last time you got off out of the car.
Yeah, certainly. The mechanics did a good job to get the car repaired, and the car is as good as it was before, so hopefully win the final race.
Talk us through the start of that race there. Obviously, got a couple of positions. How did that feel making those passes? Obviously, a bit of a confidence booster after the last one.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad, sort of always good to get out the front and make a wee gap, so yeah.
The points race is very, very tight up the front. Obviously, that DNF earlier on wouldn't have helped you at all. Things are tight out on track. Whereabouts are you looking at making changes to yourself for the next one to try and make some more positions?
Yeah, I think the idea for the final race would just be for myself just to get out the front and just do what I did the last couple of races I've done today.
How about another word for your sponsors? May as well give them some promo.
Yeah, definitely. Sponsors help me, so much. Longhurst Ultrasound, Ali Art Castings, Kenwash Christchurch, and Motorsport Solutions.
Awesome. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
And now the final race of the day for the saloons.
A mixture of saloons. There's a few gaps in the area there, as you can see from that very impressive shot. But sitting on pole position, Liam Matheson in car number 74, very, very quick indeed. Beside him, Daniel Kropp in car number 56, which is a wolf in sheep's clothing if ever there was. We've got no lights, we're racing. 240Z gets a really good start. Looks like the cars are further back as well as they shuffle their way through, but it's going to be the first up best dressed as far as going into Abbott's Corner is concerned. Everybody holds their breath because there's a lot of cold tyres and a lot of adrenaline as they arrive at that point. Down they come, and once again it's very predictable. I suggest that that we've got Mitchell sort of sitting in there, but car number 74 is also very, very out in front. Does that make sense? I think it makes sense to me. I think I actually got lost looking for numbers there for a moment. But anyway, exactly. The front two definitely making a run for it, and that's Daniel Kropp in car number 56 chasing Matheson in the red RX-7. The car you can see at the moment leading the trams is Lewis Lowe in the 240Z, and he's got a lot of traffic in behind him. Very quick to sort themselves out as they go around. I think they've got about a 6 laps, I think, using all the road plus a little bit of extra. Once again, it comes back to the old saying: if it's got a roll cage and it's got a motor and a gearbox and a steering wheel, you can drive it in the saloons category.
And
very
preferably
much sort of it's a club category, isn't it?
So, Rob, for those who aren't aware, how often do these guys meet?
So while the midfield fight it out for bragging rights, it's Lowe has definitely made a run for it as well. Then come back to Hulgevorst, McConaughey, Adams, Mitchell, Wilson and Darryl Phillips at the back of that train that you've just seen. Well, in fact, just the back of that train you're looking at now. So remember in the last race, which was a handicap race, he did very, very well. In fact, held out a lot of much faster cars for quite some time. There's no comparison when it comes to cars that are going fast, because they are fast.
And Rob, for those who aren't aware, how often do these guys sort of meet up and race?
Pretty regularly, really. When we're having a second tier race here, then invariably the saloons will come up. Probably one of our biggest fields probably only second to the 2K Cup. So yeah, we will normally get about 25 to 30 of these cars at a normal meeting. And it's once again, there's I can't keep saying often enough that it's basically grassroots
racing. Yeah. I think that's really what today has shown. I think anyone that's been here and anyone that's been watching throughout the day of just how important this grassroots racing is to then potentially take it to a further level.
When you were listening earlier in the day to comments from Elton, who was saying that it's we've got 60 people racing overseas at all sorts of high levels. They all started here.
Exactly.
They all started at these sorts of meetings. So
we keep referring back to this list as well of the Formula Ford.
Yeah,
absolutely. In front of us as well.
fair bit of sideways going on there, arriving far too quick but managing to just hold on. It's
that was car number 12.
The bit between the teeth. Yeah, that's Elton, who's car number 12, who's put on a fantastic display for us. As we said, it's one of those sorts of moments where you're controlling the car, or is it taking you side by side as they come back in through the carousel down that short straight, and look at what else is going on tucked in behind them. So, yeah, races within races. It's the thing is that there's no prize money.
No, it's all for bragging rights.
Yeah, there's bragging rights.
100%.
Yep. Go home, open a bottle of something that you really want to enjoy, and say, "Well, that was a marvellous day," and it got onto television around the world. Eat your heart out, Lewis Hamilton. Yeah. So once again, it's not. Well, there's our leader. Definitely driving a race which is just so measured and so accurate. Came through in the reverse grid one, the handicap race, and took it away very comfortably. And once again is just proof of how good he and the car are. Round through the carousel, there's the Holden Australia versus Japan. So that's Diggs versus Lowe. Up through the S's. It's not exactly slipstreaming sort of country. I think it's just sort of saying, well, I can't take you there, so I'll have to wait until I do get a moment. You miss a gear, buddy, and I'll be through like you wouldn't believe. Diggs in car number 1, the Super Saloon, or the Super V8. That area that those cars are in at the moment is actually very hard to get through.
Nice bit of tussle just before coming into the straight now. Darryl Phillips has just been leading that pack for most of this race, holding them off.
Those two are having a great dice, aren't they? That's Diggs and Lewis Lowe. Lewis Lowe's been driving that Datsun for a long time. It looks really good, a bit of twitching under brakes there. In fact, it was probably came down a gear too quick by the look of the back end, was suddenly wagging the dog, under braking, which is an indication that he was locking up the gearbox rather than the brakes. Interesting to see if you can just grab a Honda Civic, put a bit of sign writing on it to make it look fast, and away you go. And that's exactly what we've got there with car number 58. Doing very comfortably, thank you very much indeed. Now back to the fast cars. Once again, it's door handle to door handle, and no quarter being asked for or given. You know, if we could see motor racing like this every weekend, it would probably help a lot as far as enthusiasm is concerned, wouldn't it?
100%. Although I don't know the old sound regulations and stuff, I don't know how much the neighbours would appreciate it.
We won't go down that track. Keeping an eye on the positions that we've got up on our screen if you're watching around the world. Matheson from Young Crop is car number 56. This will be black one that goes incredibly well. Then come back to these two, which is Diggs and Lewis Lowe, and then Darren Phillips is just not too far away from them. But these two will be having a wonderful run. V8 versus a small little Datsun. And and they were. I wish we could see who that was when they disappeared into a cloud of dust. See who comes tumbling down on the order when the dust clears. We can tell you who it was. Look how close they are now. That's very, very close motor racing.
Well, they've managed to get themselves back out and going. Safety car on standby.
Yeah, we've got a safety car with its lights on.
And he's reversing up, and safety car's reversing back in. I almost want to say that's car number 12.
Quite often suggested that was a moment that haunts him for quite some time. Side by side, he's gone through. The 240Z is now through, and so the V8 is to drop back in race. Nicely done. Took him goodness knows how many laps to do it. The lowest low is now, and is opening up quite a big gap. Pretty instantly, which basically shows you how much the Diggs was holding him up in the V8 supercar.
You can just see that that gap grow and shrink as they just go around Euromark now.
It's a lovely little car. As I said, it's done a lot of miles. As Graham Crowe you saw there for a moment in the MX-5, the grey MX-5. That's been around for a long time. He's down in about 15th spot. Actually, it is. I apologise because the list that I had, I thought it was going to be a 7 lap, but Lindsay was right. It is a 20. Lindsay was right. That's a bourbon.
20 minutes plus a lap. Just a bit of silent debate between the other two commentators in the box right now, and that was. Car number 56 that had that tussle before.
Dear. There should probably be a camera sitting in the commentary box over here at the moment. Dear. But anyway, with the 20 minutes of racing, we've still got car number 74 who's out front. That's Diggs who's in the.
That's the car that's bumped before car number 56. Who was Crop? No, must be another. Two cars with 56.
There's our leader. We've still got what we've got just over 7.5 minutes to go. It's a long way for these cars, but it's I guess it's the last race of the season for them, and so therefore it's
give it your all.
Yeah, absolutely. They could put it on the trailer, take it home, and polish it. All going well. There's an example of the Darren Phillips and his little car compared to this car, which is the Datsun 240Z, or 24 ounce as we used to call them.
Of Lewis Lowe.
Nice little car. That's Daniel Kropp, a very fast little car, sitting at the moment in second spot, but he's definitely a wolf in sheep's clothing with that little car. There's our leader about to come up and start lapping people. It's a mobile chicane circulating around that we saw just a glimpse of. So blue flags being waved around the course because now we've got cars being lapped by the front runners. Matheson, Kropp, Lowe, Diggs and Darren Phillips.
We were just saying before, Rob, about how luckily lucky for us in the sense that we've got a bit of cloud cover now, so coming in for the last sort of couple races of the day, we won't hopefully have some of that infamous Ruapuna sunstrike down on the main straight.
Yeah, exactly. Because it can be very, very hard, especially in an open car. I mean, it's very tough indeed. That's a little Daniel Crop. That's Lewis Lowe coming through in the Datsun. Beautifully prepared, never a speck of dust on it. He sort of drives it like you'd wear a coat. At 6 in car number 95, that's for one of the back runners, but it's nice to be able to show them and see what they're up to.
Before the race, we mentioned about a gold Land Cruiser that needs moving. Yep. It still hasn't been moved, so now it's time. We won't name and shame because we don't know the name, but it is a gold Land Cruiser parked by the right fuel bay with the rego of BFC 673. It's a gold Land Cruiser. Please move your car.
And put it this way, if you don't go and move it, you'll find that it has been moved and you may not find it.
That's a very good point. Very good point. Or there might be something drawn on it. Or, something that you wouldn't want to be on your car as you drive home tonight.
If you could find it.
If you could find it.
Yeah, please don't block off the fuel bay. There's another 20-minute race for the Rensport, plus there's a 12-lap race for the Formula Ford. So, yeah, that fuel's got to be pretty much sought after, I can tell you. So, and in fact, if it's a Land Cruiser, you shouldn't be there anyway. Anyway, enough of that. Here's Darren Phillips fighting it out with a Super V8. Was they were over in Perth this weekend?
Yes, they were.
And Van Giz has pointed out the fact that he can win even though when everybody said, oh, you haven't ever won here. He said, I'll just show you, and he did. The New Zealand supercars which are run in Australia,
as you like to call it.
And as I said, there are speaking of supercars, there's a replica. It's a very, very good one, I can promise you. As we see it being chased by Darren Phillips, Graham Crowe in the Little Wee Silver MX-5. Gosh, he's been around for that. How that ends up as a saloon car, it's got me slightly confused, but I've been confused about that for a long time. Still 2.5 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. Just to give you a bit of a clue, they're going around in about 1:30s. So you can do some arithmetic and work out when they will be finished. 3 abreast as they're coming onto the short straight after the Carousel. And as we said, there's a big array of different cars.
It's about everything you'd find in a supermarket car park, I'd say, about 15 years ago, racing around the track.
Yeah, wait until you come and watch the 2K Cup where they're all Japanese cars off car lots. So that's really hilarious. But I tell you what, it's great racing, and it holds the crowds. Matheson definitely got the bit between his teeth. That's Liam Matheson in the RX-7S6.
It's glad to see that they got that going again after that. Glad to see they got that going again after not having a start on the second race.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh no, first race after qualifying. Yeah. Oh. That was that Phillips? Just a wee bit wide, or was that a
he's
problem?
trying everything he can, you see. So, and they're coming up onto lapped cars, and even though they get the blue flag it says hold your line, Sometimes they get jittery and say, I'll just pull over so that you can pass me.
Yeah.
And the result is a plume of dust. As long as it's only a plume of dust.
Just under a minute and a lap left to go.
Yeah, the boys lifting up the last lap. Time. We've got 20 minutes of Rensport next, and then we're supposed to be starting at about 5 to 4 for the New Zealand Formula 4 12-lap race. So we will be running a wee bit late.
Last lap board now. Oh, is it a lock-up?
That's actually quite a serious one. And I think you'll find that there will be a very catchy spot every time he puts the foot on the brake now. That's got a catch.
Yeah.
And in fact, he's going rather slowly, one would think. That's the clunk, 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 clunk as his wheel is going round. Diggs has actually given himself quite a moment, because by the look of that, he's going to be pulling off. So perhaps it was more than just a bit of exuberance.
Yeah, no, he's well off now.
So that's at the hairpin that he's pulling off. But it's a shame, because he was very, very competitive.
A little bit ironic, Lewis Lowe going past there just as he's pulling off after having that big battle for most of this race.
Yes. Yeah, there's a certain amount of smugness when...
You must have a little grin on your face when you do something like that.
No, a fairly big one, actually. Not that you'd want it to happen, but when it does, it's rather nice.
Yep.
Yeah. The last lap board is out, folks. And the checkered flag is made for our friend Matheson. Liam Matheson takes out that one. Daniel Kropp will be second, and Lewis Lowe in the Datsun will come in through in third, and this is now the minor money.
Oh, I'd say it was a pretty nice end for these boys' season then.
Yeah, I think that was a good race. Waiting for the provisional results. So provisionally, Liam Matheson will take the out in car number 74. Daniel Kropp, very, very quick, but 6.9 seconds behind in car number 56. Lewis Lowe in third spot was actually a lap behind, so because of the placement when the checkered flag came out, not because of that was happening on the road. Darryl Phillips in car number 96, then McConaughey, and then Malcolm, and then Flynn Mitchell, Greg Wilson, and then looking at the next lot from 9th to 6th, Keir, Adams, Mingham, Crow, Ashworth, Perm, Ilton, and Tom Young in the 19th spot.
Well, I've snuck into race control to come and have a bit of a look and see what's going on up here. A bunch of busy people in behind me checking things out. And so Shelley, the clerk of the course, tells me this is the busiest place here at the Mike Pero Motorsport Park. Is that right?
It definitely is if there's an incident out on the track.
So what sort of things are you guys looking for throughout the rest of the racing?
Okay, so we're looking for any untoward contact, any off-track excursions, so that we can just double-check that drivers are okay and they're not in trouble and they don't need our assistance.
and you get a really good view from up here as well. How good is that?
It's a fantastic view. It's the best view in the park.
Exactly. If we get our cameraman to have a bit of a pan around here, we'll be able to see everyone hard at work, getting things done, and how amazing is that view right here at the Mike Pero Motorsport Park.
Now the final race of the day for the Rennsport.
Well, we think this is over 20 minutes, the same as the last one, don't we, Archie?
Yes.
Although Rob's program says 7 laps, so we'll find out.
Gentlemen, what do you think there? There's a car with a tan out the window. Maybe he's just trying to get cool, or whether he's trying to get someone's attention at the back of the grid there. So that might delay our start. Yep, there you go, start delayed.
Rightio, we got Russell McKenzie on pole in the E46 with David Proud alongside him with the E46 of the 8 E46. Stuart Callaway and Marcus Stewart makes up row 2. Then we have car 05, Steve Hale in the 318 E30, and then night car 92 Andy Milne in the big Mercedes
and
side him.
Lights out.
Slow start by Andy Proud, then got bogged down.
And as always, hold your breath going through turn 1. Although it's not as clear at this
well,
time.
we always do hold our breath in here in the commentary box. Actually, that turn 1, like I guess every motor racing track, turn 1 is the one where a lot of things can happen. But not this time. They're all through pretty cleanly, as they have done all day, actually.
Nice and tidy from this group.
Yeah, hold your line and don't put your elbows out.
Top 3 of Russell McKenzie, David Proud and Stuart Callaway. Russell McKenzie doing the fastest time of that, obviously, which would be a 1:36.3. And then, of course, because there are 2 races going on right now, you've got the Continental Rennsport and then also the Rennsport E30s. From the look of it, it's Roger Young who is leading the E30s, followed by John Burt and then Andy French.
Yes, saying before, Roger Young and John Burt have had a monumental scrap all day, those two. They've Mackenzie's made quite a break now from Proud and from Callaway. The gaps have opened up quite substantially already.
And he's managed to improve his time to a 1:31. Comes Andy Milne down the front straight. I love that car. Just because it's a little bit something special, something different.
It is different.
Certainly different. A little bit of lock-up from Steve Prentice. Was that lock-up or did he hit the grass? I think it was lock-up. Just going around Euromark there.
This is called getting your money's worth race, isn't it? You pay your entry fee.
And you just drive.
You want as many laps as you can.
Exactly. Side by side here going down straight. That's number 2 and number 34. Blake Knowles and Marco Sharp.
Yeah, Marco Sharp with the horsepower and firepower he owns. He's still got the E30 and I guess he thoroughly, good on him, he thoroughly enjoys it.
It used to be humbling, would be the...
very
humbling.
Very humbling.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's for those of you at home right now, that's Shelp and Knowles. Oh, and Proud is off. Down by Euromark.
And he's just pulled off as they've exited the Euromark hairpin.
He's been having some trouble. Did we think it was a puncture before earlier in the day?
Yes, I think
might be that.
Might have been one there.
Actually, he's been quick, but he's actually had a pretty rough day. I think he retired last race as well.
Did too.
With just over 12 minutes remaining. If you're joining us now, this is the final Rennsport race of the day, and then after this we have the grand finale of the champion of the Formula Ford National Championship, which we will have the points for after this race. Looks like Proud's out of his car. McKenzie pulling a fastest lap of a 1:31.4.
I'm on the 9 to be.
Andy French is a bit closer to Roger Young and John Burton, their E30s this time out. Those two in the past have sort of cleared out a wee bit, but this time French is holding station, not letting them out of his sights.
Blue flags are starting to come out now as our leading pack sort of sift through the E30s.
Yeah, some lonely races out there, all right. I can't even. Oh, there's a group over there that going through the carousel now. A couple of groups there that are fairly bunched up.
And that's Stuart Callaway on your screen at home in the Cayman. He's our second place driver at the moment.
Tell you, car we haven't talked much about is car 84, Rick Lamb and the
911.
Rothman's Porsche 911.
That's a fantastic car.
Lovely car, isn't it? That's quite an old car too. I was saying before in the day, all the cigarette advertising we used to have before your time, Archie.
No, 100%.
They're everywhere. Even had our
There
own,
it is now on your screen.
Even had our own Peter Stuyvesant series for several years.
Yeah, there's that Rothman's Porsche now, Carnival 84. Driven by Rick Lamb.
Marlboro McLaren, Marlboro Superbikes.
And then Shane Drake with Marlboro Fanboy.
Yeah.
In the with the Marlboro themed Formula Ford.
That's right, Marlboro themed Formula Ford. McLaren paint job. That colour was very similar to the McLaren paint job, I believe.
An homage, you could say.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's another one actually with quite a bit more classic livery as well, as the number 5, which is Steve Howell's.
Yeah, Steve Howell and the 325 M3. Yeah, that's right. See, in the Group A era, Peter Brock did drive a BMW at some stage. This is well before you, Archie.
No, indeed. Just under 7 minutes left, plus a lap, of course, with this final race for the Continental Rennsport and the Trend Sport E30s. That's Marcus Stewart, car number 939, you can see on the screens now. Another fantastic looking Porsche, which is the 964.
So Russell Mackenzie has 10 laps in the book, and we're about 5 minutes to run.
It's all really just adding to the build-up for the final race, really, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's all about these boys paying their entry fee, and they get laps, so it's fair enough.
Of course. David Proud having to unfortunately retire. Hopefully he's had the chance to pull out his picnic basket and have a cup of tea while he's been waiting down at Euromark.
He's probably got into the flag marshal's box and had a chat to them as well. Do a quick flaggies course while he's over there. Yes, the lap times have certainly slowed down. Look at Russell Mackenzie currently doing 1:33.5, and his best has been a 1:31.5.
2 minutes to go. Nice little bit of action from that group of 4 E30s as they just went around Euromark. If you're going to watch anything in this race, I suggest it's probably going to be them.
I would agree.
Nice bit of rustling and tussling.
The last lap orders.
Getting prepared.
Getting prepared for Russell McKenzie.
Here comes McKenzie, and last lap orders out. Oh! Stuart Callaway just going a wee bit wide out of Southern Salvage there.
So eyes are on Russell McKenzie on our monitor here as he goes through the last throws of this race as he goes into GM Euromark hairpin.
This week group of E30s has been quite fun to watch.
Oh yeah, it's all go there too. Roger Young is being attacked, that's for sure. In fact, he's is that Blake?
No, is it Shelton? No, it's not Shelton.
Blake Knowles.
It's Blake Knowles, yes.
Blake Knowles, yeah, he hasn't been featuring at all. All of a sudden, the John Burt Roger Young show has been disturbed.
Checkered flag getting prepared. For Russell McKenzie, and across the line.
Stuart Callaway will just go through the Avon forward sweeper for the last time as he enters the back straight, and he'll take second place.
There goes Andy Mell.
And there's Marcus Stewart, who will take a third spot.
And does
so that's the end of the Ren Sport for the season.
Right. Rounding off your top 10, you got Russell McKenzie, Stuart Callaway, Marcus Stewart in P3, Steve Howell in 4th, Andy Milne in 5th, Jason Patterson in 6th, Rick Lamb in 7th, Ashton White in 8th, Steve Prentice in 9th, and Liam McCune in 10th. And then for the E30s, Blake Knowles, Roger Young, John Burt, Andy French, Mark Denton, Dave Yockham, John Hibbs, Neil Kay, Richard Erskine, and Marco Shelton.
So there's just one race left to run, and of course is the all-important final race for the Napa 2021-22 National Formula Championship.
So these are the points coming into this race. Liam Skeets is currently leading the championship with 460 points, followed very closely by Alex Crosby with 442. Zach Christensen with 420, and then Bree Morris in fourth with 319 points. So just even out of that top four, it's damn close.
It is.
Well, here we have it, race fans, the grand final of the Napa Auto Parts New Zealand Formula Ford Championship. As the commentary team just said, the points are very, very tight up the front. Zach Christensen sitting in third at the moment. Of course, Alex Crosby, he's sitting in second, and they're chasing down Liam Keats as well. So things are about to get action-packed on the track. Stay around, race fans.
It's lovely to have, and I must confess it's brilliant to have our crew here who are basically... who are giving us all the pictures and the facts and the graphics and all that sort of thing. Took a wee while for them to twig that the upstairs calculations, but when you do the grids, they start at the bottom rather than the top. But that we've got it this time, which is fabulous. Zach Christensen is on pole in car number 21. Beside him is Alex Crosby from Invercargill in position number 2 in car 41. And then we come back to Hunter in third, and then we've got Skeets in fourth spot, and any one of those could take away the championship this afternoon. Then we come back to Bree Morris in fifth spot, and then Manson, Leo, and Petch, who's been off the pace just a wee bit in eighth spot. Jack Noble Adams, who's definitely been off the pace today, and then Shane Drake, good old long serving Shane Drake in 10th spot. Potter is in 11th. 12th is Beau Hill, who's in a borrowed car. And then we come back to the man who's having a terrible time in car number 40, caused the safety car in the last race. And then Robert Toshak, who's been around this track since I think it was even thought of. So there's the grid and there's the lineup. We're just waiting for the lights, and then we'll be giving to you 12 laps of action to decide who it is going to be as the 30-second board comes in, who's going to take away the New Zealand Formula Ford Championship. Very tense moment for 14 drivers. We've got 5 lights, we've got no lights, we are racing. And it's a very, very quick start from the second row. That was Simon Hunter, I think, who just threaded the gap and was gone. But they're sorting themselves out. It looked as though it's Zach Christensen who's going to lead them through Abbott Insurance for the first time. Down they come and through the tightest right-hander, and then they come down into what's known as the links. And then you go through a dip and then down, as you can see, quite a long straight to a hairpin, which is very, very tight. Clouds of smoke from people locking up. But just remember that
there actually.
Basically very, very tense out there at the moment. Down through the S's. Bit complicated. If you get the first one wrong, it compounds up as it does for other corners on the circuit. Around through the Canterbury Casino Carousel. Streaming through without any problem at this stage. It's Jack Noble Adams in the pink and white car, chasing Shane Drake in the Marlborough coloured car. So down they go, Archie, looking very close for second and third.
No, indeed. It looks like Zach Christensen will be trying to get the slipstream on Simon Hunter down the straight here. You sort of hold your breath for a moment.
Zach's actually gone through in first place, which is...
Oh, sorry, I've got Alex Crosby. I was looking at Crosby. That's my bad.
No, that's okay, because they all look very small when you're up here and the sun's in your eyes, I can tell you. So down that came, it looks very comfortable for Zach at the moment, but just remember that that's one lap of 12.
So he's starting to pack up a wee bit. There's going to be, a battle for fourth looking like. Shane Drake sort of found himself in the middle of a battle of 4th and 6th, 5th.
I think the interesting money is going to be on 2nd and 3rd at the moment, because you've got Simon Hunter, who at the moment is in quite a way down. He's on 315 points. He's in 5th spot, so as far as the championship is concerned. So it's very interesting to see that these guys are using every bit of track that they certainly can. That was Simon Hunter, who you just saw bouncing off the ripple strips, and that's him at the moment quietly leading Alex Crosby. Crosby very, very keen indeed on he's sitting at this stage in 2nd spot points wise. Zach Christensen doing exactly what he would want to do, and that is to get out front and go for it.
He's just done a
Interesting to see that you're probably picking up on your screen just a wee bit at the moment, the fact that the cloud is parted and we're going to get some sunstrike very, very soon, if not already. They'll be hoping that the sun will drop down below the barrier of cloud. However, at this stage, it's not happening at all. 2nd and 3rd, you could not get any closer without actually touching, I don't think. And then there's 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, as you were saying, Archie behind them sorting themselves out. Look at the pressure that Hunter's getting from Crosby all over the back of his car. That's Crosby in the yellow car, Hunter in the darker coloured car.
And then that's just giving all the opportunity for Christensen just to start building a good lead.
Yep, he's looking in his mirror, there's nothing there to see, and so he will be getting his rhythm going. Mind you, just watching him off camera there for a moment, he's still getting twitchy, he's still trying very, very hard. Best time, incidentally, is Zach Christensen for this race at a 1:30.8.
With 10 laps to go, there'll be nobody being comfortable yet.
No, you're probably dead right there. So Zach Christensen leading by quite a lot. In fact, we can tell you that he's leading by 1.8 seconds.
And that was Brie Morris. Did she get the overtake on Liam Skeets there?
So let's just run through them. Just a reminder: Christensen, Hunter, Crosby, Skeets, Morris, Manson, Drake, Petch, Scott, Noble, Adams back in 10th spot. That's a long, long way back from a guy who normally is winning races here at Ruapuna.
And Brie Morris has actually just done the best time of this race with a 1:30.5.
She is absolutely astounding.
Her driving throughout the day has just gotten better and better and better.
Absolutely it has. We've got a black flag being prepared, and I think it's going to be it's a drive-through, and it's for Simon Hunter.
He will not be a happy camper.
Well, Simon Hunter, that puts him right out of contention with a drive-through. Drive-through penalty. I'm not sure what he's done, but anyway, whatever it did was very, very costly. Simon Hunter at the moment is in 2nd spot. And as we said, that's going to open the door very, very wide for Alex Crosby.
The professional opinion here from Lindsay Kerr is that suspected zigzagging, maybe.
Suspected?
Zigzagging.
Right. Yes, I mean, that's definitely on, because you're only allowed to change your line once to hold a line, twice and it's blocking. And so that could well be the reason that he's been given a drive-through penalty. And with the pressure that he's been getting from Alex Crosby, I would suggest that Lindsay Kerr is probably bang on the button for that one. It's going to throw this race wide open, because with him no longer defending the way he is, that's going to open the door for Crosby, Brie Morris and Liam Skeets to get right up in amongst them. What are we doing at the moment? We've got 7.5 laps to go. It's a long way, 7.5 laps. without a safety car. We don't need a safety car, but if there was one, you'd be putting the cat amongst the pigeons, I can assure you.
Most definitely.
And the other thing is that Zach Christensen will have noticed that there's a black flag for Simon Hunter, and that means that as far as he's concerned, Simon Hunter is no longer going to be in the points situation.
Now just look how this battle here has just completely buckled up. Coming down the straight now. Crosby made a move. I think Morris might try and take advantage of it. It's Morris against Hunter from the look of it, and no, it's still behind.
I'm just wondering actually if Simon Hunter's going to pull a Nigel Manson and say that he didn't see it.
He didn't see it.
Because the sun was in his eyes. The black flag has been held out for them on both occasions to go through, so there will be questions asked if he doesn't do his drive-through penalty. Look how close those cars are as they stream around this track.
And just how that group bunched up after that battle for second, separating off, and now it's all just come back together.
So down the short straight before they do the yeses. There's our leader, absolutely faultless and no pressure whatsoever that we can see. Black flag, he's going to, if Simon Hunter doesn't come in this time, he's going to be in dire straits, I would imagine. And he's going to.
Yeah, so now the sign's back out, the flag's back out.
Yep. I'm surprised they haven't put it up with lights on the tower, actually, but the other good thing, of course, is that Alex Crosby will be seeing him and seeing that and know that the car just tucked in behind him is going to have to disappear. Bree Morris, who's in fourth spot, will know that next time she comes through, it could well be that she's in third.
Exactly.
So it's a case of what each driver is going to do. Off the road. In fact, that's the protagonist, isn't it?
No,
yeah, I think you'll find that that's Hunter.
Hunter, yes. No, Hunter was just pushed off there.
So not only has he got to drive through, he's also at the back of that bunch, so he might as well take the penalty and get on with life, I think. Mind you, I'm not in the car.
No, exactly.
It's not me that's got sunstrike and doing the Nigel Mansell. But that shows you how quickly you could go from hero to zero, isn't it?
Other way around, yeah.
Will be interesting to see the gap. We've got five and a bit laps to go out of the 12.
Crosby started to separate a bit. Here comes Christensen down the main straight.
In the meantime, the bunch are coming around through Avon City Ford, being led by Bree.
Hunter's gone in.
So having a look as they go over the stripe is Christensen from Crosby, from Morris, from Skeets, from Manson, Scott, Jack Noble, Adams. And Hunter, of course, Simon Hunter is disappearing down in chunks.
The marshals are very much keeping an eye on him as well with the speed gun I'm looking at down
here. The speed camera is definitely on him. He could rue the day if he goes over the 40 k's an hour.
He's gotten the thumbs up, and he's back out.
I think you'll find that there will be a lot of frustration flowing through those veins.
Most definitely.
Yes. I think the helmet's now full of smoke coming out of his ears. But it's too late. The officials have said you were doing whatever it was.
Boy.
If you were blocking, buddy, bad luck. Now that's an interesting one. That's Beau Hill in the borrowed car, and just tucked in behind him is Shane Drake. So it's borrowed car. Gary Love said you've broken yours, but you can drive mine. So that was good of Gary Love, and he would want us to say actually that car is for sale.
Ah, there we go. I see.
Yeah, so he'd want us to say that.
No better bit of advertising than seeing it out on the track then, is it?
Yeah, well, exactly.
It's a shame he couldn't just get, this could be you.
Well, it's a ninth,
plastered on the side.
It's a 9th spot at the moment, but which is pretty good for a guy that's never sat in the seat before, but he did
100%.
transfer lots of bits from his car into that one. So anyway, that's another story for another day. Here's Alex Crosby, the yellow car, definitely, as you were saying, definitely racing his own race now in 2nd spot. Managed to get the jump and then come back to Debris Morris, Skeets and Manson. Tell you what, there's a lot of pressure on those drivers when they're still that close. 3.5 laps for the leaders. And I think we're going to get away without too much sunstroke, which will be good. So the trophy will be going to the person with the most points. The trophy is downstairs awaiting, along with lots and lots of goodies. And the title.
Including a trip to the UK.
Absolutely, to Brands Hatch, Formula Ford. Yeah, Penrose won it last year, and a very deserved winner he was as well. So the gap over the strike last time between 1st and 2nd was 6.1. It's interesting that, naturally you would assume that the top 3 cars would be raised, and in fact they are. And if you'd like one, or want to buy one, or put your son in one, there's go and see John Crawford at Motorsport Solutions.
Son or daughter, Rob, we've got a lady in 3rd place at the moment.
Very. A bit of a wide shot there at some of the back markers.
Oh, now who's going? Is that someone going slow? Just down the back straight there, Rob.
Yes, it is, and we'll work out who it is very shortly. Actually, I've got a feeling that it could be Bo Hill, not sure. Or no, it could be Petchy, I think. We'll see his time. Yep, thank you. Car number 28, which thank you very much for picking him out. He went bang down the front straight, we've just been told. So that's fabulous. That's
not fabulous for him.
No, but it was great that we've been
notified.
There's nothing worse than going bang down the front straight, I can tell you.
Yeah, now he's at a complete stop now.
Christensen from Crosby, from Morris, from Manson.
2 laps to go.
You realise that car number 29 is Skeets?
Is it? Yeah, no, it is.
So
how does that change? Does that change anything on the big standings there, Rob?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Absolute game changer.
We said a DNF like this could.
Liam Skeets, it took a minute for me, didn't it? But Liam Skeets, who's now parked on the exit of the hairpin, was leading going into this race with 460 points, and he will collect 0.
Oh, that's rough.
That's rough to go bang down the front straight, as our lovely little producer said. It's very expensive to go bang when you're leading the series by quite a few points. Oh, that's bad luck. That's a shot there of Zach Christensen. And I would suggest, as long as he doesn't go bang down the last track, he's got the last lap brought out. And I'd say that he, on 420 coming into this with an extra 75, I would suggest will be exceedingly happy. Alex Crosby, who had 4:42, which was basically 20 more than him. Hey, hang on, that's got to be tight.
It's going to be well close.
Because you've got 67 for second.
Well, we better not put the curse on anyone else, though. I mean, with 1 lap to go, there'll be some angry people stomping up the steps to the booth, and we'll be hung, drawn, and quartered.
There's our leader. Will he take the title? Remember that he came in with 420, and he's going to get 75 on top of that. Would make it 495, wouldn't it? Alex Crosby came in with 442 plus 67. 9, it's 509.
Some quick maths from
It'll be 6 points in it. 6 points in it as they finish now, by my arithmetic. Oh, well, I think your heart's got to go out to Liam Skeets, doesn't it?
Oh, 100%.
You know, it has to go out. And don't forget that Bree Morris is going to pick up about 60 points.
Yes, she will.
There's the checkered flag for the winner of the feature race, and that is Zach Christensen. Came in with 420, picks up 75, so my calculations is 495. Alex Crosby in second, picking up 67 points, and by my calculation, he will actually take the title by 6 points. Phew.
Wow.
But that is very, very provisional.
Don't know what happened to Bree Morris there. She's down in 6.
Oh, Bree must have missed a gear change. Yeah, must have, because she's. It must have had a problem because, as you said, it's opened the door for Seb Manson.
There's our provisional results just there.
All right, so there we are. Zach Christensen will take out the last race. Alex Crosby in second spot. Zeb Manson will be taking out third. Leo Scott, who we haven't really heard of in car number 99. Jack Noble Adamson will be in fifth. Bree Morris had such a potentially brilliant weekend or day, has dropped down into sixth spot. Mason Potter, another one that we didn't hear too much about. He was very much a midfield runner. And then Shane Drake in that very old car, and his campaigning since 94-95 puts him in eighth spot. Beau Hill in a borrowed car after smashing his drive shaft and in practice. It wasn't in timing, it wasn't even in qualifying. And then the 10th is Simon Hunter, Rob Toshak, Liam Skeets, who didn't finish, Dylan Petch, I should say, who didn't finish, and Josh Andrews, who didn't finish. He had a day that he will be very, very keen on forgetting, I would have thought. So well done. Thank you, everybody. And according to our provisional results, the title will go to Alex Crosby, but that's very...
Are we sure about that? Yeah.
That's just the arithmetic from a 73-year-old. Hey, listen, thank you very much indeed for our television coverage. You guys are absolutely amazing. How you do it, and with so few cameras, and do it so professionally. Take a bow. Thanks to all the to the volunteers who come out every time. Of course, my fellow commentators, Lindsay Kerr and Archie Miller.
Catching up now with the winner of that race there, Zach Christensen. Zach, a 7-second lead, mate. A good chance for you to stretch the legs.
Yeah, definitely. We showed the pace in the car and myself in that final run. It was good.
What was going through your head in the final stages of that one? Obviously, crossing the line there, you had a massive bunch of fresh air in front of you and behind you. How were you feeling?
Yeah, I was just out there in the final race to have fun. Unfortunately, I wasn't in the points really for the championship because of DNF earlier. But no, it was a really good race and I really enjoyed it.
Obviously, we've spoken to you a lot today. You've had a day of ups and downs. Who would you want to thank one last time?
Massive thank you to my crew over here. I have Andy Neal helping me race engineering. We have Andy Bell, one of my mechanics, and my dad, exceptional job from the team all weekend. And massive thank you to my sponsors, Longhurst Ultrasound, Elliott Castings, Kenwash Christchurch, and Motorsport Solutions.
Awesome. Thanks for taking the time to talk to us.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, stick around, race fans. In just a moment, we're going to talk to the unofficial New Zealand Formula Ford champion. Stick around. It's coming up. Well, here he is, race fans, the unofficial Napa Auto Parts New Zealand Formula Ford champion at the age of just 15 years old, and he picked himself up his first ever race win in the Formula Ford today. Alex Crosby, mate, how do you feel right now in this moment?
Yeah, pretty stoked with that for being only the second season, and mum and dad will be stoked as well, and
Scott Dixon, Shane Van Gisbergen, Fabian Coulthard, some of the names already on that trophy. How does that make you feel, some of these big guns in the motorsport world?
Yeah, great to know that my name might go on there and possibly go on there.
Talk us through that last race. Obviously a little bit of drama for Liam Keats as well, put him out of contention there. How were you feeling when you saw him on the side of the track?
Yeah, I knew I'd be points, but didn't think I'd quite pip Zach in the points, but no. Came in and Steve told me that I'm national champion.
Well, congratulations from everyone here at the Mike Pero Motorsport Park. We're going to bring in a representative now from Napa Auto Parts to hand over the trophy. Of course, this is all unofficial at this stage, though. Congratulations, Alex Crosby. Well, there you have it, the race fans, the coverage here from the Napa Auto Parts New Zealand Formula Ford Championships. Thanks for joining us with the Pits Media. I'm Corbin Shuttleworth. Goodbye for now.